Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to this meeting of Cambridgeshire County Council. I would like to particularly welcome members of the public to this meeting, especially those watching the live stream on the Council's YouTube channel. As you are aware, the Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording, and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded, or photographed. Please, can I ask all members to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place? There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting quickly, and we will all make our way downstairs via the fire escape in the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the building. I have received apologies from Councillor Ryan Fuller, Mandy Smith, Steve Tierney, Mark Howell, Steve Criswell, Jan French, and Sam Hoy, and Councillor Atkins is going to be late. Any other apologies that I haven't read out? Councillor Netzinger?
I think Councillor Whelan will also be joining us late, so apologies for her lateness.
Sorry, who?
Councillor Whelan.
Splendid.
Susan?
I have
Susan van der Ven.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. Thank you. I have exercised my discretion to allow Councillor Dr. van der Ven, who has COVID, to attend this budget meeting of Council virtually in order to speak on the business plan, but she will not be eligible to vote. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 12th of December 2023. The Council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, will you raise your hand now? Councillor Hunt.
It's not a disagreement, Chair.
In that case,
it's not...
Councillor Hunt, if you could sit down. If it's not a disagreement with the accuracy of the minutes, I have nothing further that I need to hear from you. Thank you. An updated motions log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. Whilst I will not be reopening the debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you will need to contact the allocated officer outside of this meeting. Any comments?
Chair.
Councillor Hunt.
I believe it's now all right for me to ask the question on the minutes.
We'll see.
Well, I would like your permission to do so.
Oh, yes. No, please.
You are the arbitrator.
Press on.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I would just like a message to go to the executive. I'd like to ask a question from the Executive Director Place and Sustainability of when the residents of Hadnam could see some action on the A1421. It looks like it's going to go a year or just talking about it, but I'd like to know when work is actually going to be done to make the roads safer for the residents.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. As I did say in my introduction, if you wish to pursue actions further, you will need to contact the allocated officer outside of this meeting. Well, thank you very much for your intervention.
Well, thank you for your cooperation.
Right, I have announcements to make today. It is regret that I report the recent death of County Councillor Mac Maguire, who represented North and Yaxley and Farset divisions on behalf of the Conservative Party from 1985 to 2023. Councillor Maguire held many prominent positions on the council, including chair of the council from 2019 to 2021. Council's thoughts are with his wife Viv and family who are in the public gallery and friends at this very sad time. It is also with regret I report the recent death of the former Chief Executive of Cambridgeshire County Council, John Barrett. Mr. Barrett took on the newly created role in 1973 and served until 1986. The Council's thoughts are with his family and friends at this very sad time. It is also with regret that I report the recent death of the first Cambridgeshire Police and Crime Commissioner, Sir Graham Bright. Sir Graham served in this role between 2012 and 2016. The Council's thoughts are with his family and friends at this very sad time. May I ask the Council to stand in memory of Mac, John, and Graham? Thank you, colleagues. At this point, I propose to exercise my discretion to take agenda item number 3, the appointment of honorary alderman. Item 3 is the appointment of the late County Councillor Mac Maguire as an honorary alderman. The report is included in the council agenda at pages 31 to 32. I propose to move the recommendation and to ask the Vice Chair to second.
Yeah, so seconded, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now inviting contributions from members of council. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Viv. Sad day, but I want to talk about Mac and where I very much support this proposition. I first met Mac when I joined the council in 2011. He was already well established, supporting Jill Tuck, the leader at the time, and Nick Clark, Martin Curtis, and me as deputy leader. As well as deputy leader for many, many years, he had numerous positions at the county council, including that of chairman of the council. He also served as a district councillor in Huntingdonshire and was well respected for his years of contributions in the fire service. In fact, Mac was first elected to the county council in 1985. To put that in context, EastEnders was first aired, Roger Moore was James Bond, and Boris Becker won Wimbledon. In support of the fitting nomination for honorary alderman in front of us and in memory of Mac, I could spend my time listing all of the various council positions Mac held over the years. However, I feel today I would rather speak about the man behind the title of councillor. Mac was friendly and supportive to all. He helped guide me in the earlier years and continuously supported me in the latter years. His efforts on behalf of the entire group were consistent and unwavering, and I relied on him as one would with an exceptional work colleague. But that is insufficient to describe him as a personal friend, which he was. When he passed away, I helped in a small way to let people know and pass on messages of sympathy to Viv and the family. It was then I realised just how much Mac had helped everyone across the council, not just my work colleagues, but the high regard he was held in across the entire breadth of the council. Words that were commonly used to describe Mac in the multiple messages I received and wished to pass on were a gentleman, sincere and caring, a real help, dedicated and a friend, unfailingly polite, decent and charming. When at the funeral, I remembered with fondness and also learnt some more about Mac. I remembered the magic tricks he originally practiced on me, which I had forgotten. The photography I never knew about, which helped him indulge his passion on planes and birds. His love of being on the water, which was a testament to his way of living. And I learnt of his true legacy, not that of a councillor, but the extensive and wonderful family that loves him. So I don't ask you to simply support Councillor Mac Maguire's nomination for alderman because he was a councillor who spent many years of his life here and held a lot of important positions. Instead, I know you will join with me and offer your support for Mac, remembering the person, the decent, caring gentleman who improved the lives of those he served and those he worked alongside.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. It's an honour to stand here and remember Mac. He was very much father of this council, and his knowledge about this council and about Cambridgeshire was enormous. He was a proper politician, and there were many issues over the years where we disagreed. But one of the great things about Mac as a politician was his ability to disagree and debate politely and with grace and good humour. However much we may have disagreed on the issues, he was always ready with a smile and a friendly word. Mac worked incredibly hard for this council over his many years here, and one of the most important things of his service over that time is the huge affection felt towards him by officers at this council. Senior councillors, as Mac was for those many, many years, often have difficult decisions to make, and not all relationships with council officers are stress-free. Mac was chair of Highways for many years before taking over as chair of the council, and as Alex and Sebastian can tell you, neither of those roles are easy and they require difficult decisions. He took over as chair of the council during the COVID pandemic, which was itself a time of extraordinary trauma for the whole country and of great change for this council. And despite those tough roles, Mac continued to be unfailingly good-humoured and unfailingly kind to those that he worked with. And that memory of his unfailing commitment and dedication to this council, I think, is one of the chief things that he will be remembered by, not only by those of us who worked with him as members, but also by all those who worked with him for many, many years as officers. I want to say personally what an absolutely touching event it was attending Mac's funeral. It was an extraordinary occasion. The number of people there from across many different councils over many different years was in itself a tribute to Mac. But it was also an extraordinary family event. And the things that I will remember from that funeral are the stories from Mac's grandchildren, which continue to paint that amazing picture of somebody with an extraordinary gift for love and kindness and friendship and generosity of spirit. And he will be remembered very fondly in this building for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Moschini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is indeed a great honour to stand here and support this motion in honour of Mac. And it is a great honour to be in the same room with his family again after the funeral. Mr. Chairman, a month ago today, I went home to Milan to see my family. And as I walked into my parents' flat, I saw on the shelf, I'd forgotten he was there. There in very prominent position was a picture of Mac, which of course was a picture of me and Mac on the day that he gave me my citizenship ceremony certificate in 2018. Mr. Chairman, I still can't believe he's gone. There are I would say, very tiny handful of people across the country who have earned a very rightful place in the hearts and on the mantelpieces of so many thousands, I think. It was a busy period for citizenship after 2017, I can tell you. Many thousands of people across Europe and indeed the world. And I hope it is a comfort for Mac's family to remember that he was one such person. I am very, very happy that they're here. I'm very honored that they're here. They don't need me to tell them again just how much of a wonderful public servant Mac was. He was an enthusiastic mentor and advisor to me as a new councillor and as a new citizen. He championed many of the causes I believed in, and he did so very, very sincerely. And I think it stands as a true testament to this council that we can have people like him, that hopefully he will be part of this council forever as a result of the motion that we've got today. And I hope this completes the wonderful necklace of memories that his family should be very proud to have. And I am very proud to have known him for as long as I did, which wasn't very much compared to some other people in this chamber. But I will miss him every single day of the rest of my career. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I think it'd be difficult for me to follow the tributes from Councillor Count in particular and from other colleagues. We had as Councillor Netzinger said, a very poignant memory of Mac when we all went to his funeral a few weeks ago at Huntingdon Crematorium. And actually, as I was driving there, I was reminded of something that had happened a few years earlier, where you may recall a young man called Warren Hay lost his life very tragically. at that area. And the only person I can think of that could have dealt with that issue was Mac. Recall that we put some safety measures in there, highway issues, of course, which Mac, as we all know, specialised in, and we all relied on his help and guidance. I certainly did. But the work he did with the family, who were going through a terrible time, of course, young man, Warren, who was tragically taken from us. Mac was superb. He dealt with Maxine, the mother. They worked very closely together with all the family. I can't think of anyone else that could have done that other than Mac. I'll miss him hugely. I think we all will. I'll also miss his assertion that he would make on frequent occasions that Glasgow Celtic were centre of the Scottish footballing universe, which of course they were. He'd always remind me of the Lions of Lisbon in 1967. I would always say to him, well, how long ago was that? But he'd always point out Celtic were his team, the first British side to win the European Cup, of course. But I think it was also poignant at his memorial service that we heard from that other Englishman with proud Scottish roots, Sir Rod Stewart. I was going to say they have a lot in common. They probably didn't, but other than the fact they were both very proud of their roots. And we heard Old Lang Syne at that service, which I thought was very fitting. I can think of numerous occasions where Mac helped me personally, and many people in Huntingdon alone have benefited, and he never minded helping anyone, no matter where it was in the county. And I don't think we can underestimate his legacy. Viv and the family who we're pleased to see here today will obviously remember him fondly as a family man, but I think many of us here will remember him as a dear friend and colleague, and we'll certainly miss him. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Graham Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to pay my respects to Councillor Mac Maguire. As Steve said, not only was he the longest County Council serving councillor, but he was also the longest serving member on the Audit and Accounts Committee, which I now chair. He originally joined the committee in 2015 and was a regular member since 2017. As others have said, he was a real gentleman, and I always welcomed his thoughtful advice and comments. He's greatly missed by committee members and officers across the council and by our partners across Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Councillor Slatter.
Thank you, Chair. This is a personal message from former councillor Anne Kent. She writes, Mac and I joined the County Council together first in 1985 and then again in 1992. And we learnt together how to navigate the strange ways of Shire Hall. Despite being from different parties and opposite ends of the county, he was always supportive, willing to share what he discovered, courteous and good fun. He was there to get the best for his constituents and would work with anyone who could help achieve that. Mac remains a great example to fellow councillors and a great loss to everyone. She adds personally, for me, the greatest perk of being an alderman is a seat at the annual King's Carol service. I am very sad that in future, Mac and I will not be able to share that together.
Thank you. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm very happy here to honour Mac in all his roles. I knew him on Children and Young People's Committee, which I joined when I first was elected in 2017. And then latterly he was on the Corporate Parenting Subcommittee, which I now chair. And it was only in recent months that he wasn't able to attend that. But just as a more happy note, I just wanted to recall for his family an occasion when I am a district councillor, and I was at that time chair of South Cambs District Council, and I had trekked out to St Ives Town Hall for a quiz. And there's always that moment where you think, am I going to get mugged as I walk along the road with my chain on to go and join the quiz? But sure enough, I went into the town hall noticing an extremely large man on the doorway, and I thought, gosh, are they expecting trouble tonight? It turned out to be the man who looks after the mayor of Wisbech, who has an enormous double chain. It must weigh an absolute ton, and he's there as a bouncer for him. Anyway, so I went in with my chain. We went in for the quiz. And of course, one needs to form yourself into a team. And I gathered together coincidentally with the other mayors and with Viv and Mac. And we tried to work out what name we should call our team. And someone came up with the bright name of Solid Gold, which seemed an appropriate one because we all had our chains on around the table. And I cannot remember, I suspect we lost. But anyway, I just thought that actually Solid Gold was a really good way of remembering Mac because he was so kind and so thoughtful and always friendly and warm and welcoming, but always, certainly on corporate parenting, his kindness and thought about children was so evident. And these are in corporate parenting, we think about children who are our children in care, for whom we are the parents. And so I was always glad for his really thoughtful, insightful and kind comments on corporate parenting. So I just wanted to add that slightly lighter note. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gulsack.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few words. I don't want to repeat all the positive affirmations that have been said before, but I believe every single one of them. But I would like to point out that I think Mac's biggest legacy is the future. And let me just give you two demonstrations as to why I think that is. One, physically, in this building is buried a time capsule with Mac's DNA all over it. I understand that there are entries in it from his grandchildren. There's entries in it from Mac, all the way. So, and I also speaking to his wife, who has assured me that arrangements are already in place for a granddaughter to open that come the time. And I think that's a wonderfully forward-looking thing. The other forward-looking thing is I'm going to give everybody in this room, all the members in this room, a Mac challenge. The Mac challenge is, when you're faced with a decision, when you're faced with something, what would Mac do? And how would he do it? If we all follow those as a mantra, I think this will be a better place and part of Mac's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Members, you may have noticed that there is a problem with the screen, which we will resolve, no doubt, shortly. Councillor Bywater.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Gosh, it's impossible to follow all the speeches that we've had this morning. It's also lovely to see Viv and her family are here today. I just want to touch on a couple of aspects, really. And we've heard about Mac's public service, but many of you will recall that Mac was also hugely proud of his military service. He spent a lot of time in the RAF up and down the country. And as a fellow veteran, that's why we became, I think, very good friends and had a lot in common. You know, he taught me a lot about how to conduct myself as a councillor, how to respect other people, and ultimately have differences in opinion, but also be able to smile and chat after you've had those heated discussions. I think that's hugely important and something I'll always stick to. Also, that he was a member for Sawtry, and as a member of Sawtry myself, I think it's also important that I share some of the comments that when I've been going around the number of parish councils that I represent in Sawtry, and the huge amount of people that have made wonderful comments to me about Mac's legacy and how Mac used to look after them and help them for a wide manner of issues that we all face. And I think that itself spoke volumes about Mac and who he was and how he helped local people. And finally, I think this is a really fitting tribute to the legacy of Mac with this award, and I'm very happy to support it. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bywater. Any other speakers? Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like briefly to also express my gratitude to Mac for the help and advice that he gave me, especially when I first began as a newbie. He, of course, knew a lot about highways and knew his way around the Constitution. But more, Mac always showed that we are more than councillors. We are people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Any other? Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Chairman. A lot's been said and I do not wish to repeat it. As you know, I was privileged to represent the council as members and officers at Mac's funeral at Viv's request. Has been a very good friend of mine for many years, and we covered a lot of ground of Mac's life at that funeral. But I'd like to say he was one of the most kindest and compassionate people that I've ever met. Such was his breadth of knowledge and experience. He was the go-to person for help, which has been testified by many here today. His knowledge on highways and fire service was second to none. He led both disciplines for many years, and his work ethic inspired us all. And I can say no more other than the way that I finished on the day was he lived respected and died regretted.
Thank you for that. We will now move to the vote, and members are reminded that the recommendation will need the approval of at least 2/3 of members who vote on the recommendation. There does obviously seem to be a general consensus in support of the motion. If anyone disagrees, please raise their hand now. There are no objections, so we will take the motion as carried. And I am delighted to be able to present Mac's wife, Viv, with Mac's certificate, which I will read to you. The appointment of Honorary Alderman by resolution of Cambridgeshire County Council passed unanimously on the 13th day of February 2024. The title of Honorary Alderman was conferred on Lawrence Walter Mac Maguire in recognition of his significant and exemplary contribution to local government in Cambridgeshire over many years, signed by myself and the Chief Executive. I would now ask Viv to come forward and receive the certificate. In the meantime, while this happens, the system is going to be reset, so everyone calm. Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming. It is an honour to have had you here this morning, and I hope that the tributes paid to Mac resonate far and wide. Members may wish to note that the University Council has appointed Dr. Dermot O'Brien as the University of Cambridge's new Pro Vice-Chancellor Innovation, taking up the role in April 2024. Members may be aware that the skeleton of a man who was crucified in Roman-era Cambridgeshire is on display as part of an exhibition at the British Museum after a loan of the remains was agreed by the County Council. The exhibition runs from the 1st of February to the 23rd of June and explores the reality of daily life for the men, women and children who were part of the Roman Empire. The local find was also the subject of a BBC4 documentary, The Cambridgeshire Crucifixion, which aired last month and is an example of the great work that the Council's Historic Environment team undertakes. As Chair of Council, I attended the following events: the Phase 2 turf cutting ceremony at Northstowe Secondary School, the Mayor of Cambridge, Councillor Jenny Gawthorpe Wood's Chevin sermon at the Church of the Good Shepherd in Arbury, Holocaust Memorial Day flag raising at Newshire Hall, tree planting as part of the late Queen's Green Canopy initiative at Newshire Hall, the Holocaust Memorial Day commemorative service at St John's Church, Peterborough, Huntingdonshire District Council's Holocaust Memorial Day service, the raising of the Progress Pride flag at Newshire Hall, the royal visit by Her Majesty the Queen at the Meadows Community Centre in Cambridge, alongside a member of the Strictly Come Dancing cast, and the King's Award for voluntary service presentation to the Chinese community in Peterborough Cathedral. I would like to thank the Vice Chair for attending the following on my behalf: Councillor Matt Maguire's funeral, the opening of the Cambridgeshire Care Provider Conference, and a three-part celebration at Peterborough Cathedral hosted by the Chinese community in Peterborough. This was to celebrate their King's Award for voluntary service presentation, the Chinese New Year on the 10th of February for the Year of the Dragon, and the 10th anniversary of the community. I would also like to thank former Chair of Council, Councillor Stephen Ferguson, for attending the Huntingdonshire District Council carol service on my behalf. That concludes the announcements for today. The next item is declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they are not registered on the Register of Interests. I will pick up the dispensation for all members in relation to agenda item number 8, Independent Remuneration Panel Review of Indexation of Members' Allowances, when we get to that item. May I have any declarations now, please? There being none, we move on to question time, public question time, which allows members of the public to ask questions at the council. No requests have been received. Item 6 is petitions, which allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the protocol. No petitions were received. So we move on to the next item. But before we proceed with the rest of the agenda, can I remind you about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, can you please raise your hand, and the Vice Chair or I will add you to my list of speakers. When I invite you to speak, please press your mic button. If you wish to raise a point of order or a point of personal explanation, please raise your hand. Do not press the button. I will be strict about both the raising of a point of order or a point of personal explanation. And just for clarification, raising a point of order means the member believes that there's been a breach of the council rules of procedure or law. So I will require that member to indicate the rule or law which she or he considers has been broken. If this is challenged, I as chair will be the final arbiter. A point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member raising the point, which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I will be the final arbiter. I would also remind members that if a member rises on either of these points, any other member currently speaking should immediately stop until the point has been determined. Can I also ask members to remember before we commence consideration of the business plan that all speeches from members must be addressed through the chair. And finally, in the immortal words of Shakespeare, may I remind you that the quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth on as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath, but not in the red kite room and not in relation to extended speeches today. So we move on to item number 7, which is the proposed business plan for 2024-29, which was discussed by the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee on the 30th of January 2024. Before I ask the Chair of Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee to move the recommendations, can I remind members that an addendum to this report was circulated to all members on the 8th of February and published on the Council's website. So now can I ask the Chair of the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee, Councillor Netzinger, to move the recommendations as set out in the report on the Council agenda. Councillor Netzinger.
I would like to move the report, and would you like me to speak to it now, Chair?
If you so wish.
Thank you. Do you want to take a seconder before I do?
No, traditionally we have the first speech and then I invite a seconder.
Marvellous. I will speak. Thank you. Thank you very much. This has been the most challenging budget round I have faced as leader of this council. Across the country, councils have had to issue Section 114 notices. Those are notices warning that the council may not be able to set a balanced budget at an unprecedented scale. There has been a debate between representatives of local and national government about the cause for the crisis in individual councils, but it is hard to avoid the conclusion that after 10 years of relentless cuts, local government has reached the point where there is no more surplus in the system. All councils are only a year or two away from not being able to set a balanced budget. And as with households who are on the edge, it would only take a small thing to send any council finances over the precipice of rising debt charges and the inability to provide core statutory services. For households who are struggling, the thing that might tip a family over the edge might be a broken down car or an unexpectedly high bill. For councils, the highest risks right now are in the shockingly high costs of children's social care placements. With costs for urgent places at record levels, it only takes 1 or 2 high-cost young people to come into the system beyond expectations to set our budget significantly off track. The impact of the COVID pandemic, combined with a high-stakes education system and a toxic social media environment, have led to an extraordinary and terrifying rise in extreme mental health problems among teenagers. This is a tragedy for the family and young people concerned. It is also a major risk factor for this council, as some of these teenagers end up in social care, requiring very high levels of supervision. I'm sure every one of us here and every family in the country hope sincerely that the scale of this epidemic of mental health problems will reduce, but it is a risk we must take into account when we are setting our budget this year. While the high cost of children's social care places are perhaps the most unpredictable element of the financial challenges facing this council, they are only one part of a broad picture of rising costs and income failing to keep up with those costs. Another area in children's services where we continue to see rising numbers are in education, health and care plans, meaning higher spending in SEND, that's special educational needs and disability, and rising home to school transport costs. We have an ageing population needing both more care at home and more care in residential settings. And the cost of that care is also rising rapidly, with recruiting and retaining enough staff increasingly difficult. Our road network is in a dire state after a decade of managed decline under the Conservatives, and the costs of maintenance have risen far faster than inflation, at almost 4 times the increase in the council's income. Under these incredibly difficult circumstances, it is a huge tribute to the talent and skills of the finance team and the whole staff at this council that not only are we able to debate a balanced budget today, but we are also able to debate a budget which reflects the core priorities of this administration and the priorities of the people of Cambridgeshire. Work on the priorities in this budget began back in June with the Quality of Life Survey. This was a major piece of work exploring the views of our residents, and it has played a key part in the setting of this budget. The 3 key issues which were flagged as concerns by Cambridgeshire residents were the quality of our road network, young people's mental health, and concerns about the cost of living. These 3 themes are therefore the areas which we have made our priorities for investment within these budget papers. Given the financial situation, finding additional money to invest in improved maintenance, not only of our roads, but of our pavements, our cycleways, and the gullies, was not easy. And I want to thank Michael Hudson and his whole team for the effort they put into making that a priority for this council. I know it will not be easy, and we are only able to make that investment into our roads and pavements because of the work which will be done this year in reducing our spending on office space. That sounds easy, but it will mean tough choices and complex work with our staff across the whole council. We are also increasing the money this council is putting into funding school meal vouchers during the school holidays and into work to tackle poverty across Cambridgeshire. Again, finding this money has been difficult. It is not possible to make commitments in this area for the long term, and we are deeply disappointed that central government have cut the funding that they have put into this scheme through the Household Support Fund.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Do you have a seconder?
Mr. Chairman, I will second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm now inviting the leaders of the political groups or their nominees to make their opening statements on the business plan. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you very much, Chair. I can carry on at that point.
Well, just remember you are speaking in a different capacity.
I am in a different capacity. Somebody reminded me today that when I was urging other people to be brief, I have many opportunities to speak, and I do. So I'm grateful. To return to the Household Support Fund, we still do not know the rate at which the Household Support Fund will disappear, but we are now clear that this government funding will be departing, leaving this council to pick up the cost of making sure that our children from the lowest income families can afford to eat during the school holidays. It is truly shocking that the government are removing this funding in one of the richest economies in the world, leaving our children and their families facing real poverty during the school holidays and hunger. The scale of inequality and child poverty in the UK is something we should all be making a key issue in the coming general election. Finally, I do want to thank my colleagues from across the joint administration for their hard work and commitment working together to set this budget. It has been a really tough year in a variety of ways. There have been disagreements and some robust discussions during the process of setting this budget. The ability to disagree well, to debate, and to come to decisions while continuing to collaborate is often undervalued in politics. I want to thank my colleagues in the joint administration for their robust arguments, and indeed my colleagues on the Conservative side too, for their engagement in the scrutiny of this budget through the committee process and in this chamber today. In too many places across the world, the value of debate and the important role of opposition is being undermined by strong men leaders who will brook no opposition. Yet democracy can only thrive and better decisions are made for the whole of society when we discuss our differing priorities and consider the needs of all our residents. I look forward to our debate on this budget today, and I thank you all, officers and members, for the work which has already gone into bringing a balanced budget forward for this consideration. And I hope you will support the budget today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Massini, or a nominee to make an opening statement on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I, of course, would also have to begin by thanking everyone, all my joint administration colleagues, officers, and everyone who have worked with us on this. I will have to expand on these thanks a bit later in the debate when I have more time. This has absolutely been a very, very difficult budget process. We live in the continuing long shadow of that fateful autumn budget from 2022. And while I challenge anyone in this chamber to tell me that their energy food bills have come down, we have a government which is far less interested in the flatlining economy they're supposed to be looking after and more interested in populist stunts such as taking live bets on TV off the backs of the most desperate. So what does this mean for us in local government? Over the last 14 years, since 2010, local government has lost 1/3 of its real terms funding. That is culture and community work down 43%, road maintenance down 40%, housing work 35% down, planning services 33% down. And the only thing that this government has been interested in devolving to us, as ever, has been the axe. Since 2018, 9 councils have gone bust, 5 in the last 12 months, and the LGA predicts that 1 in 5 councils are at risk of the same fate in the next 2 years. Council tax is still based on 1991 property values, and this creates a revenue shortfall of £20 billion a year for local government. That is according to Paul Johnson of the IFS. And I think we are all quite familiar with the anecdote that these days Buckingham Palace brings in less council tax than a 3-bedroom semi-detached in Blackpool. Local authorities that are starved of funds have been reinventing themselves as land or property developers, and with lockdown, rising interest rates and a property market in recession are turning this into a deadly fiasco for so many. And the Levelling Up Housing and Communities Parliamentary Committee, chaired by Clive Betts MP, has estimated that this year alone, the funding shortfall for councils to stay afloat was £4 billion. Michael Gove gave us 500 million, for which we are meant to be pathetically grateful, while he continues to blame individual councils for their individual mismanagement, rather than looking at the cause of this predicament, which is staring at him in his mirror. So in Cambridgeshire, we have got a decline in proportion of government grants and a continued lack of progress with the fair funding review, which effectively means that now 75% of our net spend has to be funded from council tax. Our budget gap, caused by, of course, growth-related demand for our services and high inflationary pressures caused by the budget I referred to earlier, was 37 million this year, which has, of course, meant that we have had to make some service-led savings, we have had to increase some fees and charges, and we have had to draw down from some of our one-off reserves. It is a difficult proposition to propose a 4.99% rise in council tax at this particular moment in time, but without the 17.5 million that this raises, we would not be able to continue to provide services for those most in need. The fact that in this environment we are still able to put 57 million into adult and children's services, including continuing to pay the real living wage to all our staff and as many of our contractors as we can. 3 million to continue to offer free school meal vouchers, which we now fund from our base budget because the government has cut the funding that we used to use. 2.2 million into anti-poverty work, including maximizing income for those who are on benefits and lowering our fees and charges wherever we can. 23 million to strengthen highways, roads, footpaths, cycleways, signage and drainage. All of these things are extremely important. And 42 million in our capital program. All of these things we should be incredibly proud of being able to do, despite the bleak picture that I painted earlier. So I am extremely proud of our achievements. I am extremely proud of the work that the Joint Administration has done. And I really hope that everyone will be able to vote with us today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sanderson, or your nominee, to make an opening statement on behalf of the Independent Group.
Thank you, Chair. I'll save the bulk of my remarks for later on in the meeting when we discuss the contribution from the Communities Committee and the various debates. But I think the summary at paragraph 2.3 of the introduction to the business plan sums up the situation that almost all upper tier authorities face. And it says this period of business planning for 2024-29 has been impacted by the very high level of inflation we're experiencing, and that is projected to still be above recent average levels through 24 to 25. So to me, it's perfectly clear why the council has had to allocate more than £37 million of funding into budgets to mitigate the impact of inflation this year and next year, whilst we see below inflation increases in our funding from central government. Again, we see fairer funding reforms ignored by central government, despite 2 Cambridgeshire members of Parliament being in the cabinet at Westminster. As the report goes on to say, this leaves Cambridgeshire at a disadvantage as it receives low funding per person. So in the Independent Group, we're proud to support the priorities of the administration, and also we will support the amendment following the late news from central government about more one-off funding. It's important to remember that we only get a 1-year settlement from central government. So things like children in care placements pressure, extra funding there, Children's Social Care Academy, a new special educational needs and disability capacity, extra £500,000 there, new home to schools transport capacity support additionally there, and indeed new mental health support, extra £400,000. And as Councillor Machini said, the 2.2 million that we're allocating for anti-poverty measures. So all this is good news, but we're still left with severe financial challenges over the rest of the medium-term financial strategy. And those figures are stark. Again, I quote from the report. 25-26, we think we're going to be faced with a budget deficit of over £32 million. The following year, 26-27, an additional £25 million, and so on. So I suspect it'll be many years before we see that the damage and the shock to our economy as a result of the Liz Truss budget and the Brexit, among other things, results in this council being able to achieve fully all the ambitions they have and to set a balanced budget without some of the difficult decisions that have been grappled so ably by our leadership and indeed by our officer team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. And Councillor Count, or your nominee, please would you like to make an opening statement on behalf of the Conservative Group?
Yes, thank you, Chair. You might be surprised to hear, but as a Conservative, there's a lot to be thankful for in this budget proposal. I'll spell them out. I mean, for example, last year when we proposed an alternative budget that was voted down, we wanted to reverse your proposed cuts to mental health support. Of course, this year you performed a U-turn and we welcome that. We opposed your proposal to cut the winter gritting routes by 25%. Another welcome U-turn this year. We chastised the joint administration on their real terms cut to highways maintenance and put forward plans to spend more money to maintain our roads and footpaths. You voted that down last year, saying you had allocated enough, our roads would improve, only to U-turn this year and say you're allocating more now, but you already said it's not enough. And who can forget your policy last year not to, but to stop the weed killing that was successfully dealing with weeds. And it was only when we campaigned against that, when the public realised what you had done, that they forced you into yet another humiliating U-turn, which we see today. Sadly, we only get listened to when the joint administration sense a vote may be lost, because our other concerns have gone unanswered. Instead, your preference to impose a maximum council tax each and every year, whilst attempting to divert attention away from your culpability by blaming everything else possible, inflation, demography, the government, the previous administration, hot summers and cold winters, who'd have thought of that? But when you lift the hood on what's actually going on, what do you find? Cost overruns on energy schemes, £9.1 million. Late delivery of those schemes costing lost revenue of £11.4 million. You scuppered the Shire Hall deal by campaigning against it. And now here we are back on the market at cost of millions to the taxpayer. And there are other non-budget items we try and warn you about throughout the year. But despite our experience and our scrutinies, we often get ignored because the colour of our receipts are offensive to you. But in a stark warning of what else is to come, I highlight today we have grave concerns about ignoring us when it comes to our children's services and the upcoming Ofsted inspection. We've also raised our concerns of the impact on this land of your political change of direction, and upmost in our minds, the safety of our residents, as our warnings about the dangers of the state of our drought-damaged roads does not have sufficient attention in terms of budgetary measures. To the Joint Administration Councillors, I have a simple message. Stop looking at national politics and elections. You took on the role of running the county council. Please focus your attentions there. And to the electorate, I say, I'm sorry that the Labour and Liberal Democrats are failing you, charging more to pursue political priorities rather than efficiently delivering core services. But at least with the number of their U-turns now mounting up, you can see we, the Conservatives, are making a difference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Before we start the main debate, I propose to take amendments at this stage, and there are 3 amendments. Can I remind members that the Constitution states that at the annual budget meeting, amendments will be debated in the order selected by the Chair of the Council, having regard to the proportionality of the groups. In order to manage the business plan process efficiently and effectively, I propose to take first the amendment from the Joint Administration, which was circulated to members on 8th of February and published on the website. Can I start by inviting Councillor Netzinger to move the Joint Administration's amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move the amendment. The need for this amendment is due to an extraordinary situation where the Conservative government made announcements in the autumn statement which placed huge new costs on upper tier councils, but it totally failed to recognise that this was likely to place an ever larger number of councils facing possible bankruptcy this year. The sheer incompetence of a government which makes announcements in October fails to recognise the announcements, the impact of those announcements when setting the local government settlement in December, and then has to scramble to announce additional money at the end of January is breathtaking, as is the subsequent demand that we should be grateful for the chaos. We are indeed grateful for the additional funding, despite it being only guaranteed for a single year, and so a short-term sticking plaster. I'm also grateful for the pressure for the 50 or so MPs, the vast majority Conservative, although not including any of Cambridge's Conservative MPs, who wrote to put pressure on the government to recognise the scale of the local government crisis. Their pressure was important in bringing this money forward, but it is also frustrating that the government are willing to listen to Conservative MPs, but seem unwilling to listen to the local government sector itself. On the detail of the amendment, I spoke in my initial speech about the crisis in children's social care and the huge risks facing this council in that area. And I am delighted that we are going to have a slightly lower risk in that the additional funding will allow us to use reserves over 2 years rather than 1 year, so that we are facing a slightly less risky strategy in that space. I hope that members of the council will support the amendment, but I am mildly appalled that I'm in the situation of having to bring an amendment to our own budget, which was signed off not long ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Mr. Chairman, I second, and I will speak later.
Thank you. We will now debate and vote on the amendment. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, we are thankful for the Conservative government and the extra money they've allocated us. It is quite funny that I just finished a speech where I described how this joint administration concentrates on national politics much more than the actual running of the council, immediately to be followed by a 5-minute speech that concentrated on national politics more than the running of this council. But returning to the amendment that speech was supposed to be about, I'm going to just say there's roughly £5 million has been allocated to Cambridgeshire, and we would have also appreciated its announcement sooner, but it's still more than welcome. But the Conservative group has an amendment later on, which we'll discuss later on, which is directly related to these additional monies. So I don't want to waste this council's time by being overly repetitive, and will keep most of my powder dry till then. I'll simply stick to saying this. Having received £5 million, I was surprised at the speed with which the joint administration invented ways to spend this money. Every penny of that £5 million allocated within days of receipt across 6 separate proposals. Proposals that arrived after the joint administration had already told the public they were proposing a well-considered, credible and deliverable 5-year plan. I'll discuss later on why we should not support this amendment, which I will be voting against. But for now, that simple reality. Why the rush to spend £5 million if you're telling us your plans are already a bust? That should be sufficient for people to ask questions now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Goodliff.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I need to concur with Councillor Count in thanking the government. I thank them for their recognition that social care is grossly underfunded and the effects of inflation on school transport and the lack of places for residential children's social care, as well as inflated profit margins, has had a crystal clear impact on the ability of councils up and down the country to balance their budgets. However, the lateness of this announcement and this being yet again one-off funding has reduced the ability of this and all councils to make longer-term plans. So I turn to the proposals in this amendment and how it's been directed into children's social care. In order to tackle children's residential overspend, we are putting £3.1 million into the budget. We'll be looking at ways to increase our permanent staffing, to improve our ability to understand the complex emerging needs of children and to identify services that can meet their needs before they hit the high cost threshold. Investment into our assessment services will mean we can prevent them from coming into care at all and ensure that we are able to offer early help services. We're undertaking an analysis of our workforce capacity across children's social care to identify the areas where investment will have maximum impact, including learning from the peer review carried out recently and working with the leadership team to ensure that staffing across all directorates is at the best level manageable, particularly looking at areas where we have pressure. We're putting £0.4 million into the Care Academy. Current proposals provide for 1 year funding of support for growing our directly employed children's social care workforce via apprentices in our own Care Academy. This grant will be used to extend that to 2 years support, complementing the additional investment proposed for children's social care to reduce reliance on agency workers and increase the number of employed qualified social workers within the council, as well as being able to offer high quality CPD in-house to our staff.
We're putting 0.57 million into homeschool transport as a one-off capacity to accelerate the delivery of change and improvement, working with operators and the combined authority to ensure more sustainable transport solutions in an integrated manner and to embed options with lower costs. And we're putting 0.4 million into send capacity to transform. This again follows our learning from our peer review and ensures that we can work with partners to offer changes and improvements to our children, young people and families with SEND. Whilst the government has still not given a time for the building of the special schools promised, they're stuck in the maze of rack and crumbling buildings. We're determined to offer the best to all of the students in Cambridgeshire and also to ensure we support schools to support our SEND students so that they can reach their full potential. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Goodliffe. I have no other speakers who have indicated they wish to speak on the Joint Administration's amendment. So, Councillor Moschini, you reserved your right to speak. Now is that moment.
Thank you, Chairman. How exciting. I will begin very quickly by answering Councillor Count's question, why, given our budget was already so sustainable and we were happy with it, why are we presenting an amendment? Unbelievably enough, we did have other things that with more money we would have wanted to pay for. And these are such things. I didn't think that was a difficult one. And it is slightly uncomfortable having to bring an administration amendment. I mean, this was routine with the last administration, but we deeply disapproved of it. Unfortunately, this time we got the money as late as we did. One-off money at the last possible moment to the tune of 1/8 of what was estimated we would need. Sticking plasters do peel off, and this will do as well eventually if somebody doesn't do something at some point very, very soon. This settlement that we received at the 11th hour came with a very interesting letter from Michael Gove MP, who managed to walk the tightrope, I suppose that's the word, between saying that he didn't want councils to raise tax if they were in hardship, but at the same time, if they were in hardship, it was their fault and they should therefore raise tax. And obviously, the other thing that you should do, of course, if you are unhelpfully finding yourself in hardship, is creatively use reserves, which of course assumes you haven't already done so. The other thing, of course, that came with that extremely amazing letter was the request that we would have to do a council productivity plan. Now, I don't know how many members of this chamber have day jobs like I do, and I don't know how many of those have what counts as office jobs like I do. I have been asked in my past to spend my working hours accounting for how I spend my working hours rather than working. I've never found those things particularly helpful, not in my day job and certainly not here. Local government is the most productive part of the public sector. It has weathered a decade of savage cuts and austerity. So perhaps if government is thinking about productivity plans, how about one for itself? We should, however, celebrate the good things that we've got in this amendment and that we will be able to pay for, not being able to pay for before. Councillor Goodliffe has explained the difference that this will make to social care for children, especially high-cost placements, home to school transport, mental health, and anti-poverty. All of these things are incredibly helpful for the health of the county going forward. There seems to be no proposal from the opposition as to an alternative way to use this money that came in. Social care accounts for the largest proportion of our budget, yet the opposition, much like the administration that they used to be, doesn't seem to care about it. I am very grateful for all the work that everyone has done going into this unexpected debate. It continues to be extremely hard to do budget, and one thing remains very painfully obvious. Yes, we need more money, but perhaps even more importantly, we need sustainable long-term money, which would put us in fuller control of our decisions over the MTFS, rather than sitting waiting for the next plum to fall at random from the tree. And that is what the Labour government will do. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will now take a vote on the Joint Administration's amendment. The Constitution requires that voting in relation to the annual budget setting, including motions and amendments, shall be by recorded vote. Can I therefore ask Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, if you could please start the vote.
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 31 votes in favour, 19 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. I now propose to take the second amendment from the Conservative group, which was circulated to members on the 6th of February and published on the website. Can I start by inviting Councillor Count to move the Conservative amendment, or rather the first Conservative amendment? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As you can see from this amendment, we propose to allocate £2 million to highways. The Chair of Highways, Councillor Alex Beckett, had already said that the Joint Administration's proposed highways increase are not enough to improve our roads. Anyone can see this is true, particularly when we see the £300 million that is now identified as needed for the peat soil damaged roads, which has only received an allocation of £2 million next year. They deteriorate at a speed faster than £2 million, so that won't actually not improve it, that won't even stabilise them. The Conservatives, having examined in minutiae the budget plan, we believe money can be released from the following various reserves, which are marked earmarked, but actually had no specific proposals against them in the next 5 years. The Adults Risk Reserve, there was £3.75 million, and that position was actually improved by the late announcements of the government allocation close to £5 million. There's £2.4 million in the Transformation Reserve with no plans for use in the next 5 years. £4.67 million for an adverse funding review. Now, that doesn't seem to make sense when the Section 151 officer has agreed we are in the middle of the resilience pack. So to have an adverse funding review that affects us to that degree would mean roughly half the councils would actually have to fall over before us. A household fund assumption that we've changed ignores the government messaging that there will be a tapering off. Instead, it's decided that it will be zero. The National Pay Awards, this council has assumed a pay rise 25% over inflation and far exceeding that of other counties. So we've tweaked that, but only slightly by 0.5%. There's a vacancy rate that we've adjusted because the vacancy rate in the actual published papers not only ignores the historical evidence of the underspends there, but it actually omits counting the underachievement here would lead to overachievement in agency workers. So in other words, a win-win scenario. There's also £2 million in the Ukraine grant reserve that we should believe you should be accelerating plans to improve the lives of our refugees rather than just letting it languish in reserves. On top of all of the above, the Joint Administration has chosen not to include £11.4 million worth of capital receipts when they've actually included the revenue differences in their business plan. And I don't believe that omission should have been allowed to happen. Put simply, you know, according to your own plans, you have £11.4 million coming in that is not in your business plan over and above your assumed revenue changes. So if you look at what we actually proposed, and if you assume every assumption of ours was wrong, and they won't be, but even if every assumption was wrong, you would still be able to meet the first year of the plan, allocating extra money to highways and byways, and reset next year and have money left over. Now, we know you want to put up council tax by the maximum amount every single year, unless maybe there's an election. So we didn't use the money we discovered to reduce that this time, because we know that that would be a futile amendment because we wouldn't have your support. But many of you agree with us that our highways, byways, footpaths, cycleways do need improvement. You know, you've said that the money you've put in isn't enough. So we need your support with the funding that we've identified for you to actually allocate and achieve that. So the
Sorry, Councillor Count, we have a slight technical issue.
technical issue, it's sabotage, Chairman. The choice is simple. Support the extra expenditure, or once again, vote down our proposal to improve our highways and byways, and then try yet again to explain to the public for another year why it is always someone else's fault the roads are getting worse. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Do you have a seconder?
Be the second and reserve my right.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gough.
Thank you, Chair. As the officers have pointed out in their notes to this amendment in using reserves to fund additional spending inevitably increases the risk to the council in being able to deliver its business plan in future years. This would be worrying against the backdrop of a low-risk budget and a rock-solid medium-term business plan and financial strategy. But this is not what we have here. This budget and business plan have embedded in them significant short-term delivery risks in the form of the savings and initiatives which we have included. Furthermore, the expectations of the public are that we continue to meet increasing demand and address the gaps in the service that they're concerned about. And the reality is that our ability to meet and maintain even core demands, let alone the emerging challenges, continues to be complicated by risks, many of those created by this government. In its inept management of the macro environment, the failure to tackle long-term policy issues such as adult social care, and the ongoing neglect in recognising the real need in short-term funding to this government. I will also add the failure to regulate utility companies, as this week in Willingham Primary School, this council is having to produce portable toilets because the children cannot flush the toilets in the school. Is indeed a sad irony that so many of those central government failures will eventually manifest themselves in increasing vulnerabilities in our society, and as a consequence, place even more demands on our services and increase the risks. The fact that this budget achieves so much as it does is extraordinary, but this is no time to be layering on even more risk by reducing of the cushion for future years. There's no room for complacency in this budget and business plan, and there is no room for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. This is a difficult budget set in challenging times. I'm pleased that, as Councillor Count has just described, the Conservatives have agreed with us that council taxes must go up. But I am concerned, as Councillor Gough has just described, that they are raiding precious resources and reserves. We are not.
Councillor Count, do you have a point of order or a point of personal explanation?
Point of personal explanation on something I said during the debate earlier. I clearly did not say that the Conservatives agree council tax must go up. What I said was it would be pointless us trying to get an amendment forward against your wishes to put council tax up by the amendment. It's a clear difference there, Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Wilson.
Perhaps Councillor Count and I can explain later how that is different transcribed. To my mind, if they don't amend the proposed business plan to indicate that council tax will be lower, that implies they accept the council tax that the joint administration is proposing, but maybe somebody can explain differently. Other councils have effectively gone bust, many due to financial mismanagement. Others are at risk of going under in the next couple of years. It's reported that England's county and unitary authorities are running out of road to prevent insolvency, with some not sure they can balance their budget this year. And officers have commented on the Conservative amendment, and I'm not going to read out all the details, but I'm just going to go to the conclusion from officers on page 8, paragraph 12, which says, overall, the proposals seek to draw from resources largely aimed at future years' financial stability and to provide for change that drives efficiencies. As such, these proposals introduce risk assumptions contra to officers' advice and could place greater pressures in future years. I share officers' concerns on the impacts that raiding reserves could have, and on this basis, I recommend that members reject the Conservative amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I find it remarkable that there are no innovative solutions or alternatives in this amendment to combat poverty or deal with the cost of living crisis. We've heard many contradictory statements from Councillor Count in recent days, both seeming to support school food vouchers at Strategy and Resources Committee and seeming to apply in this amendment that it's a bad thing for the council to fund, with the extraordinary statement in the amendment enhancing the holiday voucher scheme, another extra cost to the Cambridgeshire Council taxpayer, the future cost of which is an estimated £3 million per year. So we, the Conservatives, believe that there is an element of self-reflection missing from the narrative over who and why the council is facing such a budget gap. But at Strategy and Resources the other week, Councillor Count raised concerns about this, and his quote in the Hunt's Post is, "I think it will be prudent to make parents aware of the change. If you're going to cut their holiday voucher entitlement from £180 a year to £135 a year, I do think that you should let them know, which would help them plan their year." So perhaps he can clarify if he supports this spend, if he's criticising a cut in central government funding to this council, or wants it taken out of the council budget completely. But the proposed amendment in reference to household support fund says, if the proposed taper were to fund only vulnerable adults, then either scenario would mean a cut would be needed to be made to the current proposals for school holiday vouchers.
Councillor Count.
Yeah, point of personal explanation. I was looking for my actual speech to find out what I had said today. We're not talking about the other days. Household fund assumption that ignores government messaging. All right, that's what I said. What it actually says, and the amendment is quite clear, there's no change to holiday voucher scheme in the Conservative amendment. And what I talked about was the assumption about where the money comes from, not about any cuts to that. So unfortunately, Councillor Sanderson is talking about out of it. Councillor Sanderson is incorrectly quoting me.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Sanderson, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think any of us are the wiser after that. But, well, thank you. But actually, the only way in which the families will lose school meal vouchers is if this amendment is passed today, I'm afraid. That's patently obvious. As we've heard, HSF is not budgeted for by central government in the next financial year, and neither is there any proposal to taper the funding. In December, Councillor Bulat and I wrote to the Minister responsible at the Department of Work and Pensions, Joe Churchill, to ask the government if they would reconsider. We had her reply on Friday, which said the current HSF fund runs from April 23 to the end of March 24. The government continues to keep all its existing programmes under review in the usual way. This sounds horrific to me. HSF is an intentionally flexible scheme designed to enable local authorities to respond to local need. Yes, we know all that, and that's why we need it funded still. We need it to continue. And there's still no clarity. In fact, in his autumn statement, the Chancellor said, when questioned in classic yes minister mode, that HSF would continue. Then the Treasury said the next day he must spoke and it wouldn't continue. So if we're going to get a tapered approach to funding on the 6th of March, which I assume is the spring statement at the House of Commons, we have just 25 days to adjust and adapt the service, which has been superbly delivered by our team. Another remarkable statement in this amendment is that our business plan proposals also include the political priorities of this administration. What a shock. And one of those priorities is priority 5, helping people out of poverty and reducing income inequality, guilty as charged. Paying the real living wage instead of the national living wage to our staff is indeed a choice we've made, and one which I'm proud of. So again, the criticism in the amendment seems completely unfounded. But also interested in the assertion in the amendment that we're inefficient. Well, let's look at what our auditors, Ernst & Young, say. On the 6th of February 2024, the Council's Audit and Accounts Committee received a value for money summary report covering financial years ending 31st of March 2019, 2020, 21 and 22. And in the report, they say that this demonstrates an improvement in procurement and value for money since 2021, therefore demonstrating approved efficiencies in leading the Council. The final statement here that the amendment says, integrate the public health responsibilities into the Communities Committee's area of responsibility. Well, we're already working in partnership with both of those committees. Closer to communities, or decentralisation as it was once known, is an area of work which we're progressing in. It's well underway. Our public health team already provide a broad range of services ambitions, for example, financial contributions that enable the Citizens Advice Bureau to deliver income maximisation work across Cambridgeshire. So no, Chair, I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Councillor Seif.
Right. Thank you, Chairman. I have broad sympathy with the intent of this amendment. I think we all know that the state of our roads in Cambridgeshire is pretty poor, and certainly certain parts of it are. And it does need care and more maintenance and more money. We could have an interesting debate as to what the cause of that has been, but that's not the purpose of my intervention. My intervention relates to the fact that the amendment seeks to draw funds for a £20 million increase in the highways budget from our reserves. And my particular concern is over the adult and health reserve, 3.7 million. At the Adult and Health Committee meeting a few weeks ago, I raised concerns about the public health budget. It had been increased from the previous year by inflation, but not for any demand or what we call pressures. And I identified 3 areas of risk, which, although not necessarily immediate, could arise over the next few years and possibly even in this coming year. I mentioned and listed measles, which is there's a serious outbreak in Europe, and there have been incidences of it in the UK, and it is spreading because of the lack of take-up of MMR. I mentioned the rise, a serious rise in STDs, which seems to have occurred since COVID. And I also mentioned the fact that the police are withdrawing their support in cases of mental health incidents where unless life and death is involved. And our officers replied to me and agreed that there were indeed these risks, which had not been provided for and were on the horizon. In the case of measles, they have alerted schools and encouraged parents to take up increased vaccinations. In the case of sexual health clinics, there's never enough money, and they would like more if they could. And in the case of police, we are working with police partnerships to deal with the particular problem. But as yet, the financial implications have not been qualified. My recollection is that there was no challenge or demurrament or dissent from these points by all members of the committee. In fact, as I recollect, there were knowing nods from everybody that these were risks that had to be recognised. So I ask those proposers and supporters of this amendment as to whether they think they're comfortable, whether they think it is responsible to deplete a reserve for a very important key service, and whether in doing so they will undermine our resilience to the sorts of risks that I've identified. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moschini.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Is that on? Oh, great. Mr. Chairman, I think we're all familiar with the concept of tragedy repeating itself as farce. Tragedy was 2021, when I watched in horror, that was the last budget of the previous administration, as they turned their back on families hit by the pandemic and sank all their money into vanity projects. Farce was 2022 and 23, when all was sacrificed to the altar of raising council tax by just that 0.1% less than the administration, with no regard for basic maths. So I'm sitting here, or standing here rather, actually wondering at the moment, what's the next stage after farce? And helpfully along comes this amendment to light the way. Now, I can't help noticing, and this is the first time that I actually noticed this, the opposition benches are looking more and more depleted these days. What kind of budget amendment, opposition budget amendment, would make members of a Conservative group resign the whip? Basic maths has never been important. What's important is raising council tax just that little bit less than the administration, no matter how nonsensical the raiding of reserves needs to be. So here we have the new impressive achievement, raid reserves savagely, exposing us to utterly unacceptable risk in the medium term, while still raising council tax to the same level as us. I wasn't sure what to put in this speech, to be completely honest. No wonder after Cambridge and South Cambs, Huntingdonshire is now also fast becoming a Conservative-free zone. The text of the amendment makes helpful reference to the fact that the administration's budget contains the administration's political priorities. Amazing that, isn't it? Let's spend just a minute reminding ourselves what those are. Paying the real living wage to some of the lowest paid, neediest, and at the same time most needed workers in our county. Investing our own money into supporting families in a cost of living crisis, with feeding their children during the school holidays, and a nod to the idea that we should incorporate public health with COSMIC. I mean, am I the only person here who remembers the first two meetings of this council after May 2021? I think I'm going out of my mind, to be honest. This is laughable, it deserves the bin, and this is where it should go.
Thank you for that. Members, you'll have noticed I haven't been able to echo the Mayor of Peterborough's comment about speeches being commendably brief yet. And I have 7 speakers still to go on this item. Just something to bear in mind. Councillor Boulat.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid 5 minutes is not enough to fact check many of the things that have been said already in this debate. So I'll focus on my favorite line of the amendment, which is recommendation K. It reads, new recommendation, utilize Ukraine grant funds in accordance with conditions, which we already do, tasking this council to prioritize community integration, which we already have been, education service provision, we'll hear more from Councillor Goodliff on this, and alleviating hardship, which Councillor Sanderson and others have already spoken about. I have to say, I was really surprised reading this part of the amendment. First of all, I was positively surprised and welcomed that the Conservative opposition, despite the Tory government's ever more hostile narratives on immigration as we approach the inevitable election time, actually do recognize we can and we should do positive things in this space locally. I fondly remember my first council motion debate on migration issues, where one of the comments made in the debate, I assume as a joke because it's definitely not factually correct, is that we seem that we spend more on migrants than we do on highways. So I do actually welcome this new positive Conservative narrative that doesn't pit migrants against potholes, but actually includes both in the same text. But seriously now, I was really surprised about what the recommendation actually says, because how can it be a new recommendation to utilize a grant in accordance to its conditions when we already do that? The narrative of the amendment, which I found really fascinating as a piece of political literature, then says the opposition would actually accelerate the deployment of the grant and claims that we have no plans whatsoever to use the reserves in the next 5 years. So let me just fact check this for the record, Chair, and for our residents listening. So actually people know what we're doing with this grant. Members will be pleased to know there are 2,183 people in our county supported by Homes for Ukraine scheme. We also have a further 1,065 who have left the program, and anecdotally we know many have chosen to continue living in Cambridgeshire, and indeed they are very welcome here. About 1 in 5 people are under 18 using local education. Therefore, of course, education is a priority for us. But here is the catch, members. This tariff grant has been used for payments on arrival, but we have absolutely zero certainty it will be continued after 1st of April 2024. Now, the war in Ukraine is still ongoing, and we might not see it every day in the news on our TV screens anymore, but people are still arriving. 57 have arrived, recorded between September and December last year through the scheme, so they will still need support for a few more years. And we simply cannot predict, however much we try to pretend on migration targets and so on, we cannot predict how many people will be arriving when we have ever-changing international circumstances like those. Therefore, unless the opposition actually has secured a commitment from the relevant minister to continuing this funding that we don't know about, it is just common sense to preserve some of this resource for the purpose to support Ukrainians in our county for potentially 3 more years to come. Our local experience also shows that costs can actually be greater than what we initially anticipate, in particular in Finland, the city and South Camps, which experience higher housing pressures. In Finland, in particular, there are Ukrainians who moved here outside the Homes for Ukraine scheme, who are not included in this thank you initial payments, but will very likely, if not already, need support from local councils and other organizations. We already distributed 65% of our grant to districts, especially to support those housing pressures. And it is, again, in my view, common sense to keep some funding for potential further pressures. And since we're very keen to mention grant conditions, this is actually part of the conditions themselves. So to summarize, it is simply not true to say we got no plans for the reserves. I would have hoped that the opposition paid attention to the reserve statement discussed at Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee on the 30th of January, because Appendix 1 clearly states to me, when I'm reading it, that this reserve will be fully utilized by 26-27 on page 104, to be more precise. So to conclude, Chair, in my view, this recommendation does not properly consider the fact there is no more money coming from central government on this that we know about, or at least from this government, I have to say. What there is for sure is a continued need to support the Ukrainian community. The war has not ended, people are still arriving, and people already here need support beyond just this settling in phase. As we work on a positive note towards hopefully becoming the first county of sanctuary, I have to say I am proud of the work we do as a joint administration on migration and asylum. I am proud of the work that our communities team, our officers do in this space, our districts, our volunteering sector, our partners. And I am actually very, very pleased to see the opposition taking finally a very keen interest on this important area of work.
Thank you. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. Cambridgeshire County Council is not one of the rapidly increasing number of local authorities warning that they will be unable to balance their budgets this year or next. But the proposals from the Conservative group increase the risk that this could happen here. Against officer advice, the Conservatives assume that the pay bill for council staff after the forthcoming national pay negotiations will be £700,000 less than we do, and that the savings from staff vacancies will be greater. That's a risk we do not believe this council should take. To meet their spending proposals, the Conservatives propose to raid reserves which are earmarked for transforming services, delivering efficiencies, and protecting the council from shortfalls arising from future government funding reviews. To do this would not only limit this council's ability to make necessary future savings, it would also precipitate cuts in services in the years ahead. The Conservative amendment assumes that the government will taper its withdrawal of the Household Support Fund and release 1.5 million back into the council's funds. There is no firm basis for this speculation, none at all. This administration has been bequeathed a legacy of unrealistic Conservative assumptions and built-in overruns from their days in control of this council, in all sorts of areas, from energy projects to property, which we have had to wrestle back into shape. All this while also contending with the aftermath of COVID and Brexit, the economic effects of conflict in Ukraine and elsewhere, and the massive damage to public finances caused by the catastrophic Conservative Truss Kwarteng budget. It's disappointing that the Conservatives have failed to recognise the enormous benefits of having a cohort of staff focused on Cambridgeshire, not stretched across Peterborough too, with its very different needs. It's disappointing also that they oppose the real living wage and are prepared to play fast and loose with the council's well-received and much-needed holiday voucher offer. This administration is acutely aware of the increasing speed with which our fen roads are dilapidating due to increased weight and volume of traffic, lack of maintenance over decades, and the onset of extreme weather. We have developed and agreed a plan within available resources, but the funding that's available to complete the task is completely insufficient. So, frankly, however, is the Conservative amendment. This will require government to grasp the scale of the problem that we and neighbouring councils face. The Conservative leadership tells us that it opposes the proposal for a 4.99% council tax increase, but that it has decided not to propose anything different. This does rather remind me of the definition of a gentleman as being someone who knows how to play the bagpipes but chooses not to. Council account tells us that we have voted against their proposals because the colour of their rosettes is offensive to us. It's not the colour of your rosettes, Council account, it's the colour of your policies and your proposals. This Conservative amendment is risky, unrealistic, short-sighted and irresponsible. It's playing to the gallery, not dealing with the real challenges of delivering much needed services in adverse economic circumstances for residents and councils alike. I hope this council will treat this amendment exactly as it deserves.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Many things have been said, and I hope to add just a couple of brief points. There are many reasons to object to the Tory amendment, but above all, as others have said, it is irresponsible. Focusing on their plans for highways, they say they want to spend an extra nearly £22 million on highways, which they claim to be able to fund from a number of sources. They seem not to have noticed the significant investment we're proposing, but we will discuss this in the main motion. I'm concerned about the sources of new funding the Tories claim to have discovered. They range from the ridiculous, placing absurd trust in a government minister's private indication of funding for the Household Support Fund, to the arrogant, substituting their view about inflation over considered advice that we have been given. Unlike our proposal to invest further in highways maintenance, their plan would involve making cuts elsewhere, using funding which is currently intended to help us navigate these dire times. For example, they propose to repurpose the change and digital and adult risk reserves. They say there are no plans for these funds, but that isn't right. There are funds earmarked, these are funds earmarked for work to deliver larger scale efficiency savings in the future. It's ambitious, but it's one of the few ways we can try to address future shortfalls in our funding without resorting to unnecessary cuts in service. For these reasons and others that people have said already, I would urge members not to support this amendment, which shows for me once again that the Tories are not fit to govern at any level.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll touch on a couple of points that have been raised by other members here. We had one member talking about water, Anglian water, and presumably blaming that on Margaret Thatcher. So we're going to be going over the last 40 years. The partners within the joint administration had from 1997, it's back, okay, sorry. Had from 1997 to 2010 with the Labour Party in power to have done that. So, you know, they didn't take that opportunity then to change it. It appears to be that we're blaming everybody except, you know, the joint administration. That they've been in power nearly for 3 years now. So really, that they should be taking control of that. We spoke about a Cambridgeshire free zone, or Councillor Machini did. I'm proud that East Cambridgeshire managed to buck that trend. And we fought it on services for residents. We fought it on against the congestion charge. And then finally, touching on what's been said about playing to the gallery, it's interesting that the prospective candidate for South Cambridgeshire for the Liberal Democrats is claiming that they fought against the congestion charge. That's the biggest joke going, but still. I'll go back to what I was going to say. This council conducted a survey of residents, of which 76% expressed their unhappiness with the state of the roads. We as a group have continued to ask for more investment in repairing roads and pavements. We've had to wait for a report on peak damaged roads, originally promised in April 2023 and finally delivered to Highways and Transport Committee in January this year. The need for spending on those roads and the road safety issues means that spending was needed now. And I was really pleased when I saw that the joint administration had allocated 5 million to those soil affected roads. However, my despair when I saw that only 2 million is going to be spent in 24-25 and 3 million in 25-26. That is seriously, and again, I think it was Councillor Machini mentioned sticking plaster. That is really a sticking plaster to resolve that problem, because there is a massive road safety issue on certain of these roads. So without going over some of the other points that have been mentioned and trying to be keep the chair happy, I will finish off by saying I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Van der Ven.
Hello. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
You're on mute.
Yeah. No, I'm not on mute. You can't hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Didn't want to share my COVID germs, so I wouldn't have come in. I wanted just to say a couple of words about the adult risk reserve, which is there for a reason, as other members have said. We live in volatile times. In adult social care, we are seeing increased need and increased complexity of need. The pandemic is hardly over. We've hardly recovered from it. We're dealing with the aftermath of it in all aspects of the council's responsibilities, and not least vulnerable people. I hope surely there are lessons learned from the pandemic, which is preparedness, and preparedness for volatile times is built in to our budget, and the notion of raiding the adult risk reserve is just nonsensical to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and get well soon.
Thanks.
Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much, Chair. There's been quite a lot of party politics mentioned on both sides in this debate, and that's not inappropriate, because we are in a democratic body where alternatives can and should be provided by the opposition to the proposals which are put forward by the administration. But, Chair, you know, although you can't say it, you know and I know that this proposal, this amendment is going to be voted down just because of the numbers which are in the chamber. The Labour Party, the Liberal Democrat Party, and the Independents in St Neots will vote against this amendment. And what will be really interesting, to be quite honest, will be to see what the same attitude will be in a year's time. Because you might say, or you wouldn't say, Chair, but some people might say, what's the point of putting forward an amendment when it's known that it won't be voted through by the council? And if you need to see a point, quite apart from the democratic legitimacy of doing so, look at what happened last year. Last year, we put forward a number of proposals. Four significant ones were mentioned by Councillor Count earlier today. And lo and behold, U-turns have taken place by the administration. And now the things which we proposed last year are part of what the administration is saying this year. So clearly there is some value. And I wonder the extent to which we will find that similar U-turns will take place on this proposal that we have in front of us now, and that elements of it, particularly to do with the significant additional spending on roads and on pavements, that will mysteriously make its way into the administration's proposals in 12 months' time. So I wonder about that. I'd like to offer something to the administration, but I fear the monitoring officer may say that it would be contrary to the members' code of conduct. So I won't actually make the offer without getting the agreement of the monitoring officer first, but I would like to offer a bet to any member of the administration. And as I say, if the monitoring officer says it's inappropriate, then I won't do it. But after taking advice from the monitoring officer later, I would offer a bet to any member of the administration that they won't actually see in a year's time elements of this amendment coming into their proposals in a year's time. You've got track record on it. You've U-turned on 4 major issues in the last 12 months. I can well see you U-turning on this issue as well in the next 12 months. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden, and I don't need the monitoring officer to tell me that there will be no betting in the chamber. Anything outside the chamber is down to your own conscience. Now, I have no other speakers other than those who seconded, so Councillor Goldsack and then finally Councillor Netzinger. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few points I'd like to make based on the comments made today. You'll hear from the Conservative ranks lots of discussion about policy and where we're going and what we're trying to do. You hear from the Joint Administrations ranks lots of discussion about what central government's trying to achieve, what it has done, what it hasn't done. I'd actually like to heap praise on Councillor Boulat. Councillor Boulat has seen the folly of such debate and such a wasted time in this chamber and has stood up to represent a bigger one by applying to be Labour's representative moving forward in one of the wards. That's where you debate central government issues, okay? There are 3 ways that money comes to this council. As I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong. 1, government. 2, council tax. 3, plus or minus result of your own actions. Nothing has been mentioned here about the plus or minus reactions and results of projects such as the wire from Soham through to Burwell and up to Swaffham, such as the solar park scheme that's delayed and not brought in the money, such as the debacle of Shire Hall and how that's been handled. I could go on. I could go on. I'm going to mention something else as well. Councillor Machini brought us back in memory to 2021, and I'm really glad she did, and I thank her for doing so, because that was the year that you inherited a highways budget of 16 million. The following year, it was 10. So the following year on your first watch was 10. Since then, what you've done is you've been playing catch up. So when Councillor Seif, I think it was, said we could argue for many hours about what has caused the problems on these roads, that decision there is a big, big reason for it. And I'm referring to a decision made by us at Cambridgeshire County Council. That's what it says. Cambridgeshire County Council, not Parliament, not government, not central government. Make decisions based on what we're going to do here. And I'm going to finish very quickly, you'll be pleased to know, Chair, but I'm going to take you back to the summer of that year. And I'm going to take you back to Duxford, the first meeting of the new administration where we were all sat away from each other, tail end of the pandemic. And at that, Councillor Count stood up and said, I congratulate you on your win and on your success and on your coming together. But with success, with victory, comes the burden of responsibilities. And on behalf of this budget, I would like to thank all the officers for recognising that burden. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. You, Chair, will be glad to hear that I don't have very much to add that hasn't already been covered by my excellent joint administration colleagues. I do want to say to Councillor Bowden that, like the monitoring officer, I do not think it is appropriate for us to be betting on public finances, either in this room or for the Prime Minister. My lovely JA colleagues have explained very eloquently why this amendment is irresponsible. It adds significant levels of risk to our future stability, and it potentially puts at risk our ability to support vulnerable residents should the overly optimistic assumptions on inflation and income not prove to be the reality. I thank my colleagues for their excellent arguments, and I join them in asking that you vote down this amendment. Thank you.
Splendid. Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. I will now take a vote on the amendment. Can I therefore ask Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking electronic vote on the amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 17 votes in favour, 31 against and 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. I now propose that we adjourn for lunch and be back. It is, I think, 21 minutes past 12. 1 o'clock? Yes, plenty of time. Splendid. See you at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, if we could take our seats, please, we shall proceed at 1 o'clock. And the next item on the agenda is the second amendment from the Conservative group, which was circulated to members on the 9th of February and published on the website. Can I start by inviting Councillor Count to move the second Conservative amendment? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just for those listening in, the reason for the second amendment is this specifically due to the late announcement monies and not to the main budget. And regarding those monies, in rough terms, there was about £5 million that came in from government, which was after all of the proposals the Joint Administration had put together had been consulted on by the public, scrutinised by individual service committees, analysed by the Strategy, Resources and Partnership Committee, and recommended by the Joint Administration to full council. And yet just a few days later, you're asking us to approve an additional £5 million of expenditure that has not been subjected to the same degree of rigour. Now, we haven't had long to unpick all of this, but I'll tell you what I have concerns about. The £3.1 million to extend the support for care placements. 1 week ago, the Joint Administration told us and the public that their business plan was robust. And 1 week later, they're telling us they need 2 years, another year, because they cannot make the £3.1 million of savings that they had promised us was safe to rely on. Effectively, you're also now saying you had proposed and continued to deal with a structural deficit with one-off funding, the first year with reserves, when we were led to believe that savings would take it out of the structured revenue budget the next year. And now you're planning to use those reserves in the second year and the government funding in the first year. There's £0.4 million to extend to 2 years the Social Care Academy and £0.5 million allocated to transform the Send Transport. And they're in the budget, this amended budget from yourselves, because you say they're positive actions they got to take. 1 week ago, you were not going to do that, when you had £2.4 million in the transformation reserve that could have been used for those purposes. So why does it make sense for you to do this just because some money's landed in your lap when you had the money to do it last week, but you chose not to? In the business plan, prior to this announcement, you told us you would make £659,000 worth of savings in home to schools transport. 1 week later, now the money's arrived, you're telling us you need to invest £570,000 to deliver that £659,000 of savings. That kind of makes a nonsense of your published savings proposals that you all claimed were deliverable. You propose a very welcome investment of £400,000 in mental health support. 1 year ago, you slashed the budget by £250,000, saying there were no professionals out there to recruit. You reversed that this year, saying this is the maximum you think can be achieved. And then a week later, hey presto, you will spend £400,000 extra without a second thought on people that you already believe don't exist. Now, we know you like operating a quasi-cabinet system, and perhaps that works for you. It certainly isn't how we would do things. However, at least in the committee system, you gave the illusion that members' scrutiny and opinions mattered. Well, we think opinions of committee members, not just their chairs and vice chairs, do matter. And I think you can see from the barest glance at your rush proposals, there are plenty of substantial questions that need to be answered. Not just about your extra money proposals, but they've actually effectively opened up a whole can of worms on just how robust your original budget was in the first place. And that is why we propose this simple amendment to put the spending plans that you've suddenly rushed through the committees, through to SRMP committee, so that they can be analysed fully. And also you can use that period of time to allow for the end of year outturn to be fed into the budget as well, plus any announcements that we may or may not get in the March budget. At least that way, you would allow this £5 million plus of money to be scrutinised properly. And there is a small chance that these might spend the money more wisely, or perhaps be able to validate those monies that you're spending. I therefore ask you all to support this simple amendment to test these proposals much more thoroughly before rushing in to spend them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cant. Do you have a seconder?
I was happy to second and reserve my right.
Thank you very much. Councillor Goodliff.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be repeating the explanation I had earlier for the spends in children's social care. What I will say is previously we were cutting our cloth accordingly. However, being given finances now to buy the ingredients to make cake, we have chosen to spend this money. It's only a shame we're not also given the finances that mean we're able to bake said cake. All scrutiny will of course occur in the usual way according to the monitoring and legal rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodliff. Any other speakers on this amendment? Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. It will come as probably no surprise to you when I say that I very much agree with the thoughts that Councillor Count has voiced. I think that approaching this additional money in a more measured way has no downside. It just makes perfect sense. And I would encourage us to support this amendment. Earlier, Councillor Dupre made the remark about gentlemen and bagpipes, and I'm reminded in this case that the speed with which this money was spent or allocated to be spent is a bit like a camel being a horse designed by a committee. So I think that we need to send this camel actually back to a committee, SNRP, and have another look at it. And if it's robust, so be it, you have the majority, but that is the proper way of dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be relatively brief. I hadn't really intended to speak on this, but just going back to using some of these monies here, like the home to school transport, the 0.57. I was at Children and Young People's Committee back on the 16th of January and spoke in the debate there and said that I felt the numbers that were being portrayed for children and young people's were very ambitious. And I did speak to the Section 151 officer afterwards and say, I wish you well on this, but I think you've got massive pressures on this. So I feel that this is slightly muddying the waters, that you're allocating more money to this. It would be better to see if your original proposals actually bore fruit, and then you've got that money in reserve later if you need it. Whereas this is going to be a bit of smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have nobody else who's indicated to speak, so Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. Very, very quick from me. And I did intend to speak on this for those playing Councillor Bingo to this afternoon. Do you value scrutiny? I am one of your two representatives on overview and scrutiny at the Combined Authority on behalf of this council. And it's flipping difficult. I'm sure Councillor Bragnam, who's the other representative now, would agree. It is very, very difficult. This isn't difficult. So if you value scrutiny, then you support this amendment. If you don't value scrutiny, vote against it.
And finally, Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. As I made clear in my introduction to the main budget, the setting of this budget this year was an extremely difficult process. As I said then, we started work in June with the Quality of Life survey, and during the autumn, this administration worked really hard to try and match our priorities with the priorities of the residents of Cambridgeshire and against the really difficult task of setting a balanced budget at a time when our income is not matching the rising inflation and demand that this council is facing. During that process, there were a number of things that we would have liked to include in the budget papers, which didn't make the final papers because there simply wasn't enough money for us to be able to achieve them. I'm not ashamed of that. I think that's a valid process to go through when setting what has been a really difficult budget. But it does mean that when more money becomes available, actually there are already scrutinised plans that have not necessarily been scrutinised by the committees, but that have been worked up carefully by officers and by members of the joint administration that we can bring forward. And some of the items in this, in the amendment that was brought forward by the administration, given the additional money from central government, falls into that category. So those items, they haven't just been dreamt up in a week. They have been worked on properly and thoroughly, and they will get scrutiny through the committee process, because the additional money that is coming in will be held corporately. It will be scrutinised in its spending through the committees, as our committee system allows us to do. With the exception of the 3.1 million, which is going into children's social care, and the 570,000, which are going into home to school transport, all the other proposals in the Joint Administration's amendment fall underneath the level of officer delegated authority. So they would have been able to be brought forward through the committee system in any case. The 3.1 million that is going into children's social care is already in the budget. It has been through the committee process. What the new money allows us to do is to maintain that over 2 years rather than 1 year. So it's not as if that has not been scrutinised. I think it's really important. What we're talking about today is making the decisions that allow the council to move forward to make these investments, which will make a difference to the people of Cambridgeshire. And my fear is that the Conservative amendment today will hold up that process. It will slow us down in making the decisions that we need and can take in order to get on quickly with the work of improving home to school transport and improving mental health for our residents. So I ask you to vote against the Conservative amendment, safe in the knowledge that this will go through our committees and will receive the proper level of scrutiny at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm now going to take a vote on this amendment. Can I therefore ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on this amendment? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 17 votes in favour, 31 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. We are now going to debate all sections of the business plan, although I find it hard to believe there's anything to still say. Members will have the opportunity of speaking once only for 5 minutes. I propose, as part of the main debate, to exercise my discretion and to invite the chairs of the policy and services committees to speak first if they so wish. So in order, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. I have to start by saying that this indeed has been the most difficult budget setting yet. Everyone knows that the crisis in local government funding and in social care are intimately connected. A black hole in social care funding nationally of £2.9 billion, a figure which is agreed by Conservatives alongside every party in the Local Government Association, although the Conservatives head in sand in this chamber don't want us to debate it. Nationally, to a workforce crisis with 1 in 10 social care worker posts unfilled and 1 in 3 workers leaving their job every year. Still not proposals for social care reform, pushed back again until after the general election. And in truth, Chair, it will need the general election for any of those things to change. But painful as the savings which have been forced on us in this budget are, this administration will never walk away from its obligations to the vulnerable people in our communities who we seek to serve. A 50% increase in over 80s in our county this decade, part of the increase in demand, which means that in this budget, we're investing in adult social care double the amount extra compared to the social care precept that this government allows us to charge. The precept, of course, which Cambridge Conservatives chose not to levy when they were in office. In public health, by matching extra income with savings, we are ensuring that despite inflation, we are able to maintain service levels in real terms. And this budget isn't simply about seeking to sustain funding levels. It's about using this money always to seek to improve the service. Our Care Together strategy to localise care in the next year will seek to transform our befriending services and day opportunities to the neighbourhood model. Our workforce strategy to pay people better and to offer recognised training and career development to care workers. This year, an extra £500,000 in the budget to build on now 87% of care workers in our providers who are paid the real living wage. The first full year of our new Skills Academy, where myself and Councillor van der Ven personally witnessed more than 100 of our providers commit to our new qualification and training passport. In public health, new locally commissioned stop smoking services in Fenland to reflect both our new anti-tobacco strategy and our Closer to Communities programme. In the next year, we will continue our health scrutiny, which this year has seen the Council strenuously challenge our health colleagues on access to primary care, on the finance they receive from government, and on acceptable outcomes for people with learning disabilities, where planning of our own joint services with health continues to be a source of major concern. But much as I am proud of the new investments which we make in this budget, I do accept that out of £10 million of adults and health savings, the test will be whether our commitment to prevention and early intervention can cut expensive service use without cutting eligibility for people to the services which they need. It will be our job as elected members on all sides of the chamber to scrutinise whether and how far that aspiration is realised. Yes, there is progress. Learning disability waiting lists have reduced by half. Our home care waiting times are the shortest ever. But there is much more work to do to address backlogs and to further cut waiting lists. In public health, we have now attracted more than £6 million to strengthen our drug and alcohol treatment services, delivering significant improvements and exceeding national benchmarks in results achieved. And of course, there have been disappointments too, where in the next year we hope to make progress in both our charges review to reflect our anti-poverty objectives and in creating housing for elderly and disabled people at a faster rate. In the next year too, we intend to develop even better and deeper relationships with our providers in a process known as market shaping, and we're likely to face an independent inspection from the Care Quality Commission for the first time, and must do so with honesty and openness on the challenges which we will face. We will complete the decoupling of our public health service from Peterborough, and we, as the amendment has passed, will put extra money into dealing with the mental health crisis. Chair, I want to thank the officers who deliver all these services on our behalf. I'm proud of what every service in the council does, but I want all members in the chamber to be proud of what we do in adults and health.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howard. Councillor Hathorn.
Thank you. So the big piece of work for the Assets and Procurement Committee is the rationalisation or review of county council property. The County Council has over 1,100 buildings, which cost the council around £14 million a year. Over the next 3 years, we want to review all the County Council's property and reduce the annual costs by £3 million a year in today's money, or just over a fifth of the total spend. What does that mean? A primary focus of this is on office space. The way the council's offices work has changed a lot after COVID, and with Shire Hall moving to the north of the county to here in Alconbury. If you take office buildings in Cambridge, they are now used far less than they were. If you can consolidate the work that occurs across 3 buildings into just 1 building, you save money. But if you do reduce 3 buildings down to 1, you want to make sure the remaining building is fit for purpose and has the facilities and types of space you need. So you can do that if you reinvest some of the money from the first 2 spaces in the third to improve it. Alongside changes in working practices, the council is committed to getting its own direct carbon emissions to net zero by 2030. For our properties, that will often mean a deep retrofit. Retrofitting our buildings will create far better working environments, draft-free, comfortable buildings, buildings which are cheaper to maintain and operate and are not producing carbon. There's also a new approach to maintaining our buildings, with more planned maintenance and more active assessment of our buildings, thereby avoiding some of the expensive, unnecessary emergency repairs we've seen recently. All of the council's 1,100 buildings will be reviewed in the process. These buildings range from school buildings to tenant farms, libraries to offices, and a number of other types of building. We're not proposing to sell off schools and libraries, but it is really important to look at everything we have and understand our county council buildings better. Libraries are absolutely key to this project. There'll be a real focus on getting the best value possible out of our library buildings. Can services be delivered there? Is there unused space where we could create office and meeting rooms? This is the Libraries Plus programme, or part of it. Using library buildings as efficiently and effectively as possible helps future-proof their survival, as we're concentrating services in one area, which makes them in one place, which makes it even more valuable. So why are we doing this? We're doing this because it is right to demand that the precious money residents of Cambridgeshire pay in council tax is used as effectively as possible, and there is as little waste as possible. Like every council in the country, we're having to take a look at every single one of our costs. Where we differ from some other councils is that, having made difficult decisions over the last 2 years, we're not on the brink of bankruptcy, and that's given us time to do this properly. With time to listen to local voices and look at how the people of Cambridgeshire relate to and use our buildings, we can develop a property strategy which aligns with the values the people of Cambridgeshire voted for, a county which is greener, fairer and more caring, reducing the need for residents and council workers to travel around the county unnecessarily. Had we not made such difficult decisions over the last few years, we wouldn't be able to do this. We would be in fire sale territory, desperately selling off things to avoid bankruptcy, making the wrong decisions we regret, ending up with a hodgepodge of inefficient buildings in the wrong place, chaotically battling emergency repairs. Officers have worked extremely hard. We have taken difficult decisions when leading the council, and we now have an opportunity to transform the way the council works, save £3 million a year from our property costs, and use that money to continue to deliver the services which makes Cambridgeshire a special place to live.
Thank you very much. Councillor Goodliff.
Thank you, Chair. I intend to highlight 3 areas of the children and young people's part of this budget today. So the £3 million on free school meal holiday voucher schemes. Since December 2020, the Council has funded via grant and core funding a holiday voucher scheme to support families on extremely low income to feed their children. We have no assurances from government that this funding will continue, so the Joint Administration has chosen to invest £3 million to continue this scheme. Each year, 21,000 eligible children will receive up to £135 over the 6 holidays. This scheme will continue to support those children aged 2 to 19 who meet our low-income criteria, typically families accessing universal credit earning less than £7,400 a year, helping our share of the 4.2 million children living in poverty in the UK. This addresses the concerns raised in the Quality of Life Survey around the cost of living and directly works towards ambitions 3, 4, 5 and 7 for the most deprived families across Cambridgeshire. Those ambitions are 3, health inequalities are reduced, 4, people enjoy healthy, safe and independent lives through timely support that is most suited to their needs, 5, people are helped out of poverty and income inequality, and 7, that children and young people have opportunities to thrive. Our October survey showed that over 80% of families agreed that this had helped with the cost of living crisis. Numbers of free school meals have risen significantly in Cambridgeshire. Almost 21% of children in our schools qualify for free school meals compared to 14 in 2020. No other local authority is supporting these schemes to continue. It will mean a reduction from £180 to £135, but this remains an investment, as without this funding, families would receive nothing. Unlike the government, we're convinced of the value placed on this scheme by our children, young people and their families, and our schools are highly supportive of this continuing. Turning to schools funding. Schools funding rose 2.2% this year, but Cambridgeshire remains 136 out of 151 for its levels of funding. Our high needs block funding increased by 2.8%, the floor level, meaning our funding per pupil is £1,266 per year, placing us 102nd out of 151. The challenge of falling rolls in primary schools is likely to put more at risk of deficit budgets. Schools across the county are struggling more than ever before to reach a balanced budget when inflation continues and funding has barely reached 2010 levels. Headlines this week include schools stating that staffing is the only item in their budget lines left to cut. The NEU have stated that Cambridgeshire schools have lost £14.6 million from 2024-25 budgets, and overall purchasing power for schools will sit at 4% below 2010 levels. At Cambridgeshire County Council, we continue to work with all our schools to offer the best for our children and young people. The results in schools across the county show how well schools continue to educate in spite of falling budgets. As a council, we will continue to support, challenge and inspire our educators to do the best they can to ensure children reach their potential. But we're also aware of the huge burden on schools, their staff, and how many staff feel that they have little left to give. Children's social care. Children's social care is continuing to improve. We recognise there is much we can and are doing to strengthen children's social care. Our corporate parenting offer is improving through recognising care experience as a protected characteristic. We have shown our commitment to doing the best we can for all of those who've been in local authority care. We're working with over 500 families in a whole family approach, recognising that children and parents need a joined up approach to address disadvantage. We continue to address Ambition 7 by including 12.7 million to fund children's social care and education service pressures. And looking beyond 24-25, we have ambitious targets to increase our in-house fostering service, improving outcomes and ensuring we can create safe, secure families who can work together to weather any storm. We value our social care workers and continue to focus on improving how we support families to ensure home is a safe place for children and young people and that they may remain there. Our corporate parenting strategies are looking to deliver continuous improvement for all children and young people in our care and ensuring outcomes continue to improve. Through the virtual school, we will continue to work to improve education performance and outcomes for children across the county, especially our most vulnerable learners. This budget shows the ambition we have for all Cambridgeshire children and young people and their families. It shows that Cambridgeshire County Council wants all children to thrive and is committed to providing an education system that values all and supporting families when they need. Chair, I hope that all here will support the ambitions that this budget shows it has for children and young people in Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to present to this meeting the activities of the Community Social Mobility and Inclusion Committee. I'd first like to thank Councillor Bulat, my Vice Chair, for all her support and hard work, Councillor Daunton for the same, and in fact all members of the committee, regardless of their political group, for the cooperative way in which they help run the committee with many excellent contributions from all. Our officer team have also been outstanding and our gratitude to them cannot be overstated. There are two key priority proposals for this committee in the forthcoming budget, which we will consider today. Firstly, an investment of 2.2 million into anti-poverty strategy and action plan, and 1.3 million to improve our libraries. As our quality of life survey showed, there is a significant concern around the current cost of living crisis, with 86% of residents being concerned and 47% of those having made changes to their daily lives because of the cost of living, limiting heating, their homes, buying less food or medicines and prescriptions. But user satisfaction with our library service ranged between 82 to 85% across the districts in Cambridgeshire. 53% of residents, whether they're users or non-users, said they were very satisfied or somewhat satisfied with our library service. After waste management and street lighting, libraries were our next most valuable service. One of the council's ambitions, number 5, is helping people out of poverty and to reduce income inequality. So the committee's played a critical role in supporting the council across all of its ambitions to work in a way that is closer to our communities. Our libraries play a vital role in providing services for people to meet, to stay warm, to engage in activity, to access support from a range of services, and they're fundamental to us being closer to communities. Working with other committees, particularly adults and health, children and young people, we're committed to doing all we can to alleviate poverty and address the pressures that people are experiencing. Over the last year, the council has extended the real living wage to more of the adult social care workforce. We have distributed £7 million of the government's household support fund to support families who are struggling, including, as Councillor Goodliff said, holiday food vouchers to more than 22,000 children. Our contract with the CAB has supported more than 2,200 people with advice to help them access all the social security benefits they're entitled to by both financial and non-financial, resulting in an additional £1.5 million of income gained. However, we recognise that we need to do all we can to address the causes of poverty, not just to deal with the symptoms. That's why, in the face of the continued lack of clarity around the government's position on the Household Support Fund, we're committing 2.2 million to work with our partners to develop an anti-poverty strategy and action plan. This work will be done in conjunction with members of the Children and Young People's Committee, who are also, as I said, committing funding £3 million worth to families who are struggling by continuing to offer holiday food vouchers. We'll also work closely with members of the Adults and Health Committee to focus support to those who are receiving care and not just those who are struggling to manage to make ends meet. Alongside this commitment to address poverty, as I said, we want to prioritise the development of our library service. We're proud that we've retained all 33 of our libraries and our mobile service. Following a motion to this council by Councillor Bulat earlier this year, in fact last year, the service gained Library of Sanctuary status in recognition of its support for asylum seekers and those seeking refuge in our country. The service has received awards to develop March Library and Central Library in Cambridge to create flexible services for community use, for events and activities, including the provision of facilities and equipment that will enable services working directly with young people to meet with them in a fit-for-purpose space. We've also received an award for a project that looks at tackling loneliness through libraries, and we're one of only 18 library services in the country who have retained Arts Council funding for a further 3 years. These developments will be carried out in collaboration with members of the Asset and Procurement Committee, who are, as we heard earlier from Councillor Hathorn, looking to save money by reducing our office estate. We have a number of pilot projects on a wide range of issues underway in various parts of our county, and members will be receiving a detailed update on progress in the near future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. We are acutely aware that we need to ask more from households already struggling with the cost of living in order to meet the growing needs of vulnerable children and adults and the escalating costs of providing essential services and future-proofing Cambridgeshire against climate challenges. We're not in the same dire straits as some councils, but we are determined to ensure that our finances are sufficiently robust that we do not have to make the unenviable decisions faced by some of our neighbours. And we are also determined to invest in residents' priorities. Last summer's Quality of Life survey, carried out by this council, has been an invaluable resource to enable us to do that. 76% of residents responding to that survey were concerned about climate change, and 85% wanted to see the County Council do more to protect and enhance the natural environment. Our budget therefore seeks to increase investment in the Council's Climate Change and Environment Programme, identifying the impacts of climate change on Council services and communities so that we can better understand the costs and risks, plan services, and continue to engage with communities, including on issues such as the growing threat of flooding. Beyond 2024-25, we will continue to embed net zero in our change programmes for the Council's highways, property, fleet, transport and waste management. This budget will enable us to deliver new nature recovery and biodiversity requirements and implement new strategies. We aim to develop new projects to reduce the Council's and the county's carbon footprint and support the growing number of communities that are keen to transform energy systems, reach net zero, and help their residents manage their escalating energy bills. We recognise too the resulting health benefits of a cleaner and greener environment. Delivering energy projects in the current circumstances is a challenge, but the final phase of construction for the connection to North Angle Solar Farm started last month and is forecast to complete this summer. The smart energy grids for St Ives and Babraham are progressing well. Managing the county's waste has been particularly challenging this year in the face of changes to government policy and the requirements of regulators. We are reviewing our current waste PFI arrangements at a strategic level to seek the best solution for the long term. We have placed great emphasis on working in partnership with our district council partners to operate as far as we can as one system. Finally, the proposed the capital programme includes 5.45 million this coming year to improve full fibre and superfast broadband coverage across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, to increase the provision of free public access Wi-Fi, run pilot projects with air quality and flood monitoring sensors across the county, and improve digital inclusion. We will also be delivering the core and smart poles projects with over £7 million of government funding. We have been very much supported as an Environment and Green Investment Committee by an absolutely excellent team of officers, and I want to thank them all very much for the support that they have given us. They exemplify the very best of public services in their dedication, innovative thinking, commitment and ambition for Cambridgeshire and for its people. And I would also like to thank members of the committee on all sides for the hard work that they have put in over the last year. I believe very firmly that this is the right budget in the circumstances we face for a greener, fairer and more caring Cambridgeshire.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. Today, as we get together for this budget meeting, we stand at a pivotal juncture for our county's highways infrastructure. 3 years ago, we inherited a department on a trajectory of managed decline, a legacy of years, possibly decades of underinvestment. Faced with the catastrophic aftermath of the Conservative Trust budget and the juggernaut of inflation, our highways mirrored a supertanker struggling to navigate through the storm. The journey to redirect this supertanker has been formidable. With officers Frank Jordan and David Allett now at the helm, meaningful progress is being made. Whilst I don't underestimate the scale of the challenges ahead, it's good to see we are now very much turned away from the iceberg. This budget today represents the biggest investment in highways in over a decade, and quite possibly the single biggest year investment in the council's history. While the Conservatives talk of £21 million spread over 5 years, around £4 million a year, our budget delivers £21 million worth of highways improvement this year and another £22 million worth of highways improvements next year. That's over twice the amount of money delivered in less than half the time. While this won't be enough to fully reverse the decades of damage done under the previous administration, for the first time in a long time, we'll be able to say we are not in managed decline, but actively improving our highways network. What's more, we'll be doing this in an environment of huge challenge to local government funding. I don't know of any other council able to make such a large-scale investment in highways maintenance. We all know maintenance is vital to our residents, and it's testament to this joint administrations management that we're able to do this at this critical juncture. Before we could put this investment in, we had to be sure as an administration we'd be getting value for money. Frankly, previous administrations didn't have the political will and left our officers without the resources to challenge our contracts robustly. I'm really proud of the work Assistant Director Michael Williams and his project delivery team has been doing to challenge both the quality of the work we receive and the value for money that we get. Under Emma Murden, our new commercial team is dedicated to getting the best value for money for council, and we are on target this year to save over £1 million. That's money that can be directly invested straight back into highways to deliver the services our residents rightfully demand. To our residents, outcomes are far more important than monetary amounts. So today I want to talk about the tangible projects this additional £43 million worth of funding could deliver. On public rights of way, this funding will allow us to 10 times our spend on maintenance, with works including bridge repairs, improving gates, signage and managing scrub to approximately 40 routes across the county, including the Halling Way in Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire, Ouse Valley Way in Huntingdonshire, Fen Rivers Way in Fenland and around Soham and Streatham in East Cambridgeshire. On the all-important cycleways and footways, we will more than double the budget for repair, which will enable us to work on higher value sites such as Market Street in Cambridge, Waterside Ely and High Street Huntingdon. On drainage, under the Conservatives, there was no central record of all of our gullies and some hadn't been emptied in over 5 years. Just think about that. We didn't even know where the gullies were when we took over. Under this Liberal Democrat and Labour joint administration, we've invested in digitally mapping all of our gullies and now have an estimated 90% mapped. Further funding will allow us to complete the job and also move from emptying around 50,000 gullies a year to 75,000. It will enable us to ensure that high-risk gullies are checked and, if required, emptied at least twice a year. On potholes, we will have crews working 7 days a week and introducing new crews with a specific focus on large patches rather than the patchwork quilt of multiple small pothole repairs we currently have. On road surfaces, this will enable us to resurface or surface treat over 50 kilometres of road, including places such as Cowley Road in Cambridge, Eastery Road, Whittlesea, Branch Bank Road, Ely, and Conington Road, Fenstanton. We will renew around 200 kilometres of road marking. That's enough to stretch from Cambridge to Manchester, including an estimated 500 junctions across the county. I could keep going. Richard Ling's amazing signals team able to upgrade around 20 of our oldest, most energy inefficient signals to the latest energy efficient models. I fear the chair will want me to stop soon though. We still have a lot to do in highways, particularly around communication with the public and with our town and parish partners. But if agreed, this investment will be a springboard to the service. I'm proud of the work that has been done to date in turning around the tanker and the vote of confidence this budget will be in the highways team. Turning the tide from neglect to progress, we're steering our county's highway from decline to significant improvement with this unprecedented investment.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Councillor van der Ven. You're on mute, Susan.
Sorry. Is that okay? Okay. I'd like to focus on the Care Together area of innovation in the business plan. May I start by complimenting the officers who have worked so hard to turn the ambitions of the Care Together prevention programme into a tangible set of results across the county, and also to thank committee colleagues for their continuing constructive conversation as this project takes shape. Care Together uses public health evidence, focusing on activities that reduce social isolation and encourage physical activity, key things which promote well-being and independence. This meets our strategic ambitions as well as the integrated care system priorities of aging well, the frailty strategy, and falls prevention. A portfolio of schemes covering community-based support and including 29 new care micro-enterprises is now taking root. Some of these are pre-existing but have taken on new dimensions. Others are entirely new. What is emerging is the strengthening of community resource to support older people better and to reach more people. Also, the localizing of home care through new small business opportunities. Indeed, one of the unexpected outcomes of Care Together has been the attraction of new people to the care profession in the context of these private enterprises. I think this is partly a legacy of the grassroots support that emerged during the pandemic for neighbourhood care. A recent presentation at Adults and Health Spokes laid out the trial and error of Care Together so far, with some ideas falling short and others taking off beyond expectation. Its strength, and this is down to officers, has been the drive to explore, test, and adapt. There are difficult aspects of Care Together as well. As we plan ahead to support an expanding older population with a greater complexity of need and with highly stretched revenue funding, it has been necessary to take stock of historic scheme funding, throw everything up in the air and start again, understanding how we can best spend limited resource most equitably across the population and modernize that offer to meet public health evidence for aging well at the same time. The best way of learning more is to visit a scheme near you. In Huntingdonshire or Fenland, you can visit the Fitness Rush mobile gym in action, reaching remote areas lacking public transport links. In Cambridge, a new dementia cafe for memory loss and carers, run by Cambridge United Community Foundation, will be launched. At Bar Hill last week, I met the long-established Knit and Natter group, which is finding new ways to reach into the community to provide support, fun, and chair-based exercise. It was lovely to meet Susan and Fatima from the Bar Hill Asylum Seekers Hotel joining in. Older people have told us that what they want is not to isolate with their own age group, but to be part of the wider community. The next iteration of Care Together will explore the development of an all-age locality model. Conversations with other local authorities have reminded us that big culture shifts take time and likely touch on the lives of multiple administrations. Certainly, Care Together has built on valuable learning from the East Cambs Neighbourhood Cares pilot that preceded it, and it will continue to evolve, no doubt. I hope that all members will soon receive more information about what is taking shape in their area and that they will be able to make a visit and learn more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I've looked at this whole meeting today in slightly more from a resident's point of view than the detail which we've all been given by the various speakers so far. And I'm looking at it and thinking, well, what would I think if I was a resident? Firstly, when I heard the leader start to speak, I thought, oh dear, I do feel sorry for her. She has got a lot of problems on her hands, and you know, I could end up supporting her. But then I thought again, and then I heard the first of the same old stuff. You know, we'd have done better, but central government haven't given us any money. Central government, and the whole thing I've been listening to has been mainly political. And I'm not sure if I heard it correctly, but when I was listening to Councillor Beckett, he was talking about a footpath between Streatham and Soham, and actually it goes between Wickham and Soham. And so I thought, well, he really knows his stuff here, doesn't he? Anyway, as part of my looking back, I thought, well, do I need to be convinced that these people have got the best interests of the people of Cambridgeshire at heart? And do they really understand what it's like living in the financial crisis? And then I thought, oh yes, of course they understand. They compare every price rise in council tax with a cup of coffee. I don't think the people who are short of money can afford these expensive coffees. It's only the Liberal Democrats who can. And then I thought about one of their attitudes of trying to make the money go further. And I thought, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll make everybody work a 30-hour week instead of a 37. That'll get a lot more work and save a lot of money for the people of Cambridgeshire, won't it? I thought, well, I'm kidding myself. Then I thought about the law on the motorists, or the fight or the war about motorists. And in fact, all this I've just heard has really just, underneath it all, amongst other things, of course, is this war on the motorists. And I don't really like it, because most of the people I deal with find a car an essential tool. I've been a county councillor for now 17 years, and I think we should put the people of Cambridgeshire first, not just stand up, go to the full 3 minutes or 5 minutes, go for the full 5 minutes and just have a political rant, which is read off a bit of paper. I would rather represent people who know that I care about their welfare, and in my heart I've got that welfare. I won't be supporting this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Judging by the number of coffee cups on the Conservative benches, it's not just Liberal Democrats that can afford them. Can I move now to Councillor Jonas King? Councillor Hunt. Well, I think there's also a rule that councillors treat each other with respect, and that previous speech didn't strike me as meeting that requirement. Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Jonas King.
Thank you, Chairman. On behalf of my residents, I can't support anything in this room today that proposes or accepts a council tax increase of almost 5%. We are sick to the back teeth of funding the mistakes and the poor decision-making of this administration. A prime example is a lady of one of my residents, a lady who was left with broken bones because of surface breakup caused by this council's decision not to tackle the weeds. We see a maximum council tax increase every single year of almost 5%. And for the past 3 years, we've become sick and tired of funding this council's poor mistakes and decision-making without any return on investment. So if you're going to go through with this, then we're going to want to see some results for once. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boulat.
Thank you, Chair. I think after some of the previous interventions, I will not apologize for making a speech about the central government's record, because whether we find our party's record nationally comfortable or not, the reality is that central government funding allocation does totally impact on the decisions we can make locally. And we spoke about residents, and residents will rightly ask us on the doorstep, why are we paying more council tax and seemingly getting less and less? And it was really, really interesting to listen to the Tory Prime Minister on Friday saying that local councils should be restrained in council tax rises because we should be respectful of the demands of people's families' budgets. As I was listening to that, I was wondering how that fits with Michael Gove's department, who told councils just last month, as it has been widely reported in the media, that we were expected, in fact, to tax the maximum given the terrible financial situation we find ourselves as a country. So as I listen to all those debates, I simply cannot believe the audacity of this government to tell local councils we have to constantly deliver more, we have to deliver better, because let's face it, there is more demand is increasing, while they fund us less and less in central government grants. Chair, given the mood of the country at the moment, I don't think it's a minority opinion anymore to say that if the Tory government was indeed respectful of family budgets, we would not be in this cost of living crisis to begin with. Now, if the government was respectful of the work local authorities do, we would not have our grants cut year after year after year for the last 14 years. If the government was respectful of our ability to actually plan efficiently our work, we heard about efficient planning, and I agree we should do more of that. We would not actually have last minute short-term settlements, but longer-term grants and a real partnership between local and central government. Now, what I would like my residents to imagine in the future is that we actually have a government that was respectful of our efforts to tackle inequality and not disproportionately fund the poorest councils in the country. Imagine if we actually had a government that was respectful of people struggling as a result of the cost of living crisis, which many of us cross-party highlighted in our divisions, and actually committed to some real action to continue the household support fund this year. Now imagine if the government was actually respectful of our younger generation, the voices of whom we heard very loud and clear in our quality of life survey, and did not constantly underfund our schools. As we heard previously, we are still ranking in the bottom 5% of funding per pupil in Cambridgeshire. Chair, I know that across this room, none of us stood for election to make the budget decisions we're making today. We all stood for election because we want to make the area that we live in better. But I do struggle to find a single council in this country who is not considering real term cuts because of the financial situation we're in. And it's just not fair to say that let's just focus on local. We heard a lot about the local record from the chairs and vice chairs and other members without actually looking at the issue of central government funding, because the reality is this, Chair, whether you are a Labour, Lib Dem, Tory majority council, or indeed a joint administration with the independents included, these are Tory national cuts. There are literally billions missing from local government budgets UK-wide. So therefore, we cannot actually give the residents the services they need and deserve and everyone wants to see. So let's face the reality. Until we actually sort out the broken funding model in this country, we will see, I'm afraid, more councils going bankrupt or close to bankruptcy. And ultimately, we will see more and more of our residents rightfully asking us when we go on the doorstep as councillors, why am I paying more and more in taxes in general and seem to get less for it? Now, I will just end with this because it is frankly a depressing context. And of course, I will support the budget, but it is not, an ideal situation we find ourselves in. But I do think we should focus on the good things we managed to do. Keeping the lifeline of free school meal vouchers for our children is something that really matters to so many of my residents in Abbey, which is one of the more deprived divisions in the county. I'm also pleased about the commitment to the living wage and that we remain clear and strong on all the anti-poverty work, which really matters to our most vulnerable residents. Those are things that offer our residents hope, and I think we can be proud of some of our achievements that have been mentioned before. But the reality is, until we look at the national picture, every single budget process is yet another sticking plaster to an unsustainable model of local government funding. I do hope, Chair, that I will be able to tell to my residents one day, not too far in the future, that you don't actually have to pay more in taxes and get less and less, because we have a central government that actually respects and therefore funds local councils properly.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. As a member of Children and Young People's Committee, I very much support the commitment for funding pupils' food vouchers during school holidays. This is a matter of utmost importance concerning our education system. The number in free school meals has risen from some 12,000 in 2020 to 21,000 today. That is 70% increase. This rise in the enrolment of pupils eligible for free school meal highlights the harsh reality of poverty and inequality that persists within our county. It is a stark reminder of the challenges faced by countless families struggling to make ends meet, where putting food on the table is a daily struggle, let alone affording the cost of uniforms and PE kits. We must also confront the systemic injustices that perpetuate this cycle of poverty and disadvantage. We cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that behind these statistics are children who deserve every opportunity to succeed, regardless of their socio-economic background. Therefore, whilst we commend the efforts to increase access to education through free school meals, we must also redouble our efforts to address the root causes of poverty and inequality. We must work tirelessly to create a society where every child has access to nutritious meals, stable housing, and the resources they need to thrive. In doing so, we not only fulfill our moral obligation to the most vulnerable members of our community, but also lay the groundwork for more just and equitable society for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Beckett quoted, it takes a long time to turn a tanker, but he obviously doesn't visit Fenland very often, where I live, and in the division of Whittlesey South, where I represent. The roads are really awful. I need to spend many, many millions just to make the roads just fit for purpose. And after 3 years in charge, of the Alliance being in charge, they are totally worse, in a worse state than ever before, as my residents would absolutely agree. Councillor Beckett, with respect, just to reiterate, said it takes a long course, change of course, with a tanker, but with this administration, with no captain, in my view, is in danger of hitting an iceberg. So just a comment, Chair, if you made a comment, if councillors ought to treat others with respect, which I absolutely totally agree with, Chairman, but the Chairman ought to lead by example. This, in my view, this is the second time this afternoon you have been vaguely rude, which I say is extremely unusual to you, and both times it's been to my colleague, Councillor Hunt. So just as a comment, and I'm really disappointed because you're so much better than that, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Connor. Obviously, comments such as that would be better to raise with me in private, and I will take note of what you have to say. I do expect everybody to treat each other courteously, and that is why I made the comments that I did. Thank you. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I speak as the Chair of Corporate Parenting Subcommittee. And although obviously all the funding for this committee goes through Children and Young People's Committee, I am deeply pleased that we are putting forward £12.7 million towards children's services and 1.7 million capital in increasing the number of children in care placements in Cambridgeshire. One of the things that we struggle with in Cambridgeshire is having sufficient good quality foster care in-house placements in Cambridgeshire because it's so expensive to live here. And so actually, if any of that money can go towards maintaining our existing foster care placements and encouraging more to join our in-house service, then I will be absolutely delighted. Because otherwise we run against the competition of the independent agencies who do not, I believe, give our children quite such a good quality of foster care. So when the surprising but welcome additional money came through from the government, likewise, I'm delighted that we are considering using part of that to add a further 3.1 million for children in care placements. And hopefully, again, that will go to support our children in care. And finally, I am absolutely delighted we are putting a further 0.57 million into home to school transport because our children often are fostered out of area, we sometimes still have to transport them back to school so that they keep up their social links with their friends. And yet, because many of them have a numerous complex concerns, sometimes they have to be transported individually, and that's very costly. So I'm very glad that we're putting some more money towards that as well. And I would thank the administration for the work that they have done to wrangle the figures such that we can actually support our children in care even more handsomely than we do at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnan. Councillor Slasher.
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak in enthusiastic support of the budget line which will enable us to establish the Care Academy. On the whole, budget setting this year has been a grim business. We all acknowledge that when local government is starved of well-planned central government funding, investment in local services suffers. We all see and feel the potholes. Less visible and just as painful is the lack of investment in the people who care for us when we cannot care for ourselves. It is good to have something to celebrate amidst all the gloom, and the Cambridgeshire Academy for Reaching Excellence is something we can all be proud of in this county. We might be a little uneasy about the syntax of the title, but in the launch of the Care Academy in 2024 will, I am sure, bring benefit to more people in the short term than a bunch of students fleeing the plague who started Cambridge University 800 years ago. We can all play a part in making this academy just as important and celebrated as that university, and make sure that it benefits all our residents wherever they live. Everyone in this room will have family, friends, or colleagues who at some time have needed help with personal care. We all know the difference when that help is delivered with skill and understanding. If you're not already familiar with this project, please do take a look at the website. If you know local carers and care agencies, please encourage them to be part of the academy. If you have ideas about how we can support and enlarge our professional care workforce, please share them. I'm sure that everyone in this room wants to support a project which can provide a decent career pathway for carers, for our residents, our children, our grandchildren, and our middle-aged changes of direction. We have all, quite literally, skin in the game. Central government funding will help this part of the budget we vote on today. Cambridgeshire talent and enterprise and public-spirited collaboration between local businesses and local government can make our Care Academy a reality to be proud of.
Thank you, Councillor Slasher. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this council's business plan and in particular the investment it represents in children's social care. We take very seriously our duty of care towards all children in the county, and we are backing a revitalised service with new leadership, extensive member engagement and the resources this service needs both to operate and to improve. A near £20 million increase in the budget for children, education and families is an exceptional commitment that I'm really proud to see being made. Even so, our officers will need to work with efficiency and creativity to manage the pressures and demands on this service, and I have every confidence that they will do so. These areas may not generate the splashiest headlines or be the top issues on every doorstep, but for those families and children who depend on this council, this investment is vital. I also welcome the additional £5 million in funding released at short notice by the Westminster Government for social care, and the proposal we have made earlier today to allocate much of this to children in care and the new Social Care Academy. We must bear in mind, however, that these single-year sticking plasters are no way to safeguard these vital services over longer periods of time. Finally, I do wish to address this criticism that we're paying too much attention to national politics. I think members should bear in mind that we are operating in one of, if not the most centralised state in Europe or North America. This council's ability to raise significant revenue is limited to a single regressive and pretty bonkers property tax. Most of our expenditure is tied to key statutory duties. Now, maybe 10, 15 years ago, there was a bit of space for county councils to consider whether tax rises were necessary or not, where to invest some surpluses, which services should be prioritised for those investments. But it's really not 2009 anymore. When virtually every county and unit and upper tier authority, regardless of political control, is increasing council tax by the maximum allowable, when councils are comparing notes on how much longer they can keep going without going bankrupt, when potholes are a national as well as a local issue, I think the evidence is everywhere that our own space to operate and to make decisions has been cut to a small sliver. Nevertheless, this administration is exploiting as far as we can. But clearly the key risks and opportunities to this council are coming almost exclusively now from Westminster legislation and funding decisions. So in that context, I think it's entirely right that our leadership have one eye fixed on the goings-on in London and take an active part in lobbying through sector organisations, MPs, and of course, individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. I have 8 further speakers. I am going to ask members who wish to speak to indicate in the course of the next speech, which is Councillor Shaler, after which I shall draw the line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we've heard a bit about austerity. Austerity was sold as a quick fix for the national debt. What a joke. It turned out to be a long, painful rip-off, leaving our nation in tatters. Though a bonanza for hedge fund managers in offshore tax havens, for the past 14 years, local government has been progressively squeezed. With falling funding, highways was left hanging. So-called managed decline cannot continue. Year on year, the undone work stacks up. But Chair, it is far worse than that, because with each passing year, more and more of the unmaintained highway begins to fail. Now we know waiting for the asset to fail is dangerous, disruptive, but it's also extremely expensive. So with each passing year, more and more money must be spent on reactive safety work, leaving less and less for the already neglected proactive maintenance. Managed decline transforms ever more into crisis management, and the asset slips further into disrepair. Managed decline is a false economy. When I started, we were understaffed in highways. We didn't have a director, nor did we have the 3 sub-directors. Highways was struggling. Since then, we have gone from strength to strength. I like to think that part of the reason that we were able to attract such brilliant people, and we have, is due to the culture that we have nurtured in the joint administration. The funding uplift is certainly a vote of confidence in highways and our officer team, and we will not disappoint. Highways will give the best bang for the buck. We will be able to stop the rot and escape from managed decline. Now, the Leader of the Opposition mentioned peat-affected roads. So I want to talk a little bit about these. These roads are essential for our rural, productive economy. From the beginning, and this goes back a little more than the 40 years previously mentioned, but to the absolute beginning of these roads, they were not built on proper foundations. But today we have a perfect storm of changes that accelerate their distortion and failure. More, faster, and heavier traffic. Flood, followed by hot, dry summers, shrink and swell peat. And as the fields around oxidize with each ploughing, they get lower, in effect leaving the road high and dry with the peat underneath, more exposed than ever. So the astronomical terms that were mentioned are for longer term solutions. Remember, they never had proper foundations. So we are looking for those long-term solutions and funding along with the surrounding counties. But now we will be able to use the uplift to stabilise and make these roads safe. Over the past decade, attempting to contribute to the real economy, our constituents have had to deal with worsening conditions in our connecting infrastructure. They also need to shop, meet, go to education and exercise. But over the past 2 years on highways, we have been doing more and more with less and less. Only by sheer talent, officers have been able to move more into proactive work and heroically stem the tide. We use AI and scanning tech to get to at least some of the pre-failure places. But it is no wonder that highways suffers the worst approval ratings. With their welcome provisions set out in this budget, we will be able to hit more pre-pothole conditions, move towards true stitch-in-time maintenance. We will be able to repair more damaged roads and drainage. You will see signs and lines and overhanging foliage cut from pavements and public rights of way. Our constituents will see and feel the change.
Splendid.
And Chair.
Councillor Shaler, what good news. Thank you very much. Councillor Taylor, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to highlight a report by the ISOS Partnership for the County Councils Network. This was done in November last year. The headline being Spiralling Send Transport Budget Threatens Financial Sustainability of England's Largest Councils. The current data reveals costs are set to triple to 1.125 billion over the course of a decade, with the report projecting that demand and costs are only set to rise over the next 5 years. Council warn that their school transport budgets are getting out of control, with many overspending their school transport budget last year. This government and the next must review the long-term sustainable funding for Send Transport. While I welcome the extra funding from government, this is absolutely nowhere near enough to counteract what we're spending. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much, Chair. When I rose to speak earlier on an amendment, I did say, and you nodded your head, that it is entirely appropriate for party political differences to come out in a budget debate. However, there are some elements of the spending that we do, some elements of the budget, which should honestly be beyond party politics, where we should come together to work together to achieve good aims. Now, Councillor Hewitt, when he introduced this part of the debate, said that this administration would not walk away from its responsibilities for those who are disadvantaged and in need. In fact, the word he used was vulnerable, those who are vulnerable. And I fully accept his honesty and sincerity in what he says. But sometimes the results of what we do don't match the words that we say beforehand. And I'm not going to apologise. I'm not going to apologise for raising an issue which I've raised at Adults and Health and which I've raised at Strategy and Resources over some considerable period of time, which is still a problem. And that problem relates to those individuals, those adults with learning disabilities who are not in employment. Now, it's very difficult right across the country for us to enable individuals with learning disabilities to get into employment, but it is one of our responsibilities to try and achieve that. And here in Cambridgeshire, unfortunately, we are one of the least successful counties in the country. There is a measure of achievement in this, and that is, it's measured nationally through the Adult Social Care Outcomes Framework. And those figures show quite appallingly that in Cambridgeshire, we're almost 50% worse than the national average in ensuring that individuals with learning disabilities get into paid employment, making us one of the worst in the county. Now, one of the worst in the country. Now, I do accept the difficulties which are involved in this, and I also accept the honest comments which have been made, both by Councillor Hewitt in his capacity as chair of the Adults and Health Committee, and by the leader of the council in their commitment to doing something about this issue. And I know it's difficult. So what I would like to ask, Chair, is that when the leader gives her summing up speech in this debate, that she accepts from me an offer to work collaboratively across parties within the budget that we'll have next year, but to work collaboratively to see what we can do to enable us to get from one of the worst positions in the country to something which is significantly better. For individuals with learning disabilities, many individuals, unfortunately, in that situation aren't able to work, but many are. And those who are able to work, are willing to work, and are unable to find work, their opportunities, their fulfillment is hampered by the failure to get work. And as far as we're concerned, in this council with our budgetary pressures are greater when individuals who are capable of work aren't working. We've got a financial incentive to do this, but much more important, we've got a moral responsibility to ensure as best we can that those individuals capable of work who have learning disabilities are able to get into work. So I'm making that offer on a cross-party basis and would be very grateful if the Leader of the Council, when she does sum up, accepts that offer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Simon King.
Thank you, Chair. At the risk of incurring my esteemed colleague, Councillor Hunt's ire, I'm going to mention a couple of national political issues. There's been some talk about the problems that we face nationally. And interestingly enough, disappointingly, I would say, they're focused upon things that the Conservative government was involved in. But there are two things that haven't been mentioned that I think the Conservative government actually has a really good record on. And one is the problems caused by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And the second is the turmoil as a result of the COVID pandemic. Now, my opinion is that the Conservative government acted well in both of those areas, but they have caused problems which are not unique to this country. And many of the things that we've said about lack of local government funding, etc., are common to other countries. So I think in the interests of political balance, it's worth mentioning that, and I hope Councillor Hunt will forgive me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ray.
I'd like to commend the root and branch, or should I say, hub and spoke review of council properties described by my colleague, Councillor Hawthorne. Not only will this deliver better services to communities in the right place, in the right buildings, and a considerable savings on the year-on-year budget, but it will also deliver a potential £11 million capital assets. Now, Councillor Count said that we had not included that in our accounts, and quite rightly so, because we will not predetermine what the result of that review will be, whether we retain, sell, or lease a property is rightly should be the outcome of the review. I'd also like to challenge Councillor Count's assertion that it was our lack of enthusiasm for the sale of Shire Hall that led to the Brookgate bid falling through. The Brookgate bid fell through not because of our lack of enthusiasm, but because of the increase in...
Councillor Count, did you wish to raise a point of personal explanation?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. I never said there was a lack of enthusiasm. What I said was you actively campaigned against it. This was true. Councillor Scott led the campaign on behalf of the Labour Party not to come out of Cambridge City at the time that the legal teams were trying to finalise that agreement. So it wasn't lack of enthusiasm. It was actively campaigning against the deal, I said.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Please continue.
The deal survived 2.5 years of our lack of enthusiasm, and eventually was scuppered by the increase in interest rates from a 1% in 2019 to 4.5% when it failed. And that was more to do with the Truss Kwartung budget than it was to do with anything that this administration thought or did. And that money also is not included in our budget, quite rightly so, because we don't want to
as a famous politician once said, you can't buck the market. A property will sell for what it sells for at the time that you market it. And what do we want to do with any potential gains that these sales make? Well, we want to invest, as we are doing, in schools, £400 million over the next 5 years in schools, 5 million in farms, 1.25 million in community and library facilities in East Barnwell. That's what we'd like to do with these potential gains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up a few points and one or two things I want to say. In terms of what Councillor Boulat was saying, I'm proud to be a member of a council that hopefully next week will pass a 0% increase for the 11th year running. And we've done that without reducing services. So that's how a good Conservative administration can manage things. But going on to other points, I stand here representing residents in my ward or division, but also representing residents across the county. I spoke to a resident in Arbury yesterday about a parking issue, around residents' parking scheme, where not one of the local members have bothered to speak to her. Apparently, that's what I'm being told. I will try to get that resolved for her. That's what I feel I should do. The joint administration, as I understand it again, and the previous guys voted against Conservative proposals for increased roads budgets. They certainly did it last year. And picking up on Councillor Shader's point, yes, it's great if what he's saying is going to happen. That's good. But why wasn't it done last year? Why wasn't it done the previous years? We have a council in conjunction with their friends in the GCP who are hell-bent on changing the transport system in Cambridge, not for the better, but against a large number of residents' wishes. The money could be better spent and still achieve a sensible transport outcome. The ruling administration seem to have a dogmatic view that their view is the only way forward. Certainly, I've tried to put forward constructive comments and constructive ideas, but they seem to fall upon deaf ears. And finally, just touching on one point, which I did touch on in the amendment, and it's Councillor Bradnam mentioned it. I welcome 0.57 home to school transport capacity, but that's not the point. This was apparently a robust budget, which didn't include that 0.57 million in the home to school transport capacity. I said at CYP, to achieve what you put into that budget was very, very challenging, and I wished you well. But again, it should be set against the, if you think you can achieve the home to transport school fund without that 0.47, that's what you should be trying to achieve, and then measure it against that rather than against an inflated 0.57 budget on top of that. Thank you.
Personal information.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. Which?
Point of information. Personal information.
Personal explanation.
Thank you for putting me right on that. I'd just like to point out to Councillor Sharp, of course, and indeed, as others have said today, we cut our coat according to our cloth.
I don't think this is correction of a misunderstanding of something that you said in a previous speech, unless you want to try again.
Councillor Sharp has indicated that we had this money already and didn't spend it. The point is, when we have the money, we make good use of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. I think you coasted quite close to the wind on that one. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few points, if I can. In the previous debate, when we were looking at asking for a bit of scrutiny, we were accused that we can't possibly do that because it might delay all the good work we're doing. Well, 3 years ago, we left you with a project portfolio that included a solar farm at North Angle, park and ride sites getting solar, Shire Hall disposal, and a spokes and hub model for resorting out the stuff. So 3 years later, thanks to quite a lot of procrastination and general good efforts, we're in pretty much the same base. But I will say one positive thing. Thank you for accepting that those were the right projects in the first place, because I haven't seen any of the new ones that have come in. Or maybe the officers haven't come up with them yet, but they might do. They might do. A couple of other points, if I can. Councillor Beckett said there was no record of the gullies. Do you know what, Councillor Beckett, you are so correct. And if we go through the history books, I'm sure Stephen Moore is going to like what I'm going to say now, because I've given the opportunity to bring up the name of Mrs. Pryke, my favourite lady from Soham. Bless her. Right? It was my motion that put all of that forward to sort all of that. So a Conservative motion said we've got to sort out the narrow gauge work and the pipe work and the gullies that come with it. So thank you for reminding me of that one. Where are we with that? That's an interesting point. Where are we with that? Secondly, just a little point, because there's been a lot of good things spoken today on right across the floor. 2.5 years, Councillor Ray said the project that was going on Shire Hall was going well for 2.5 years. Should have been sorted in 2.5 years. Then it wouldn't have faced the increase in tax that came along, the increase in interest that came along. Should have been sorted. That's procrastination. Councillor Boulat, I like most of what you say, but you do realise that central government money comes from taxation of people in the street. So whether it's taxation through here or taxation through there, it's still coming out of somebody's pocket. We all agree this is a tough budget. Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to speak for myself. I agree this is a tough budget. This is what you were elected for. This is what you stood to be elected for, to stand up and make these tough decisions. Okay? So make them, do them, and see them through. Work. I'm going to give you an analogy. The Red Arrows. The lead pilot in the team that gets their job done flies the plane at the front of the V. He's not on the ground going, oh, aren't they good, our officers? Aren't they good? Okay, get in with them, work with them, not stand back and take what they're saying and sit on the ground applauding them. Lastly, pardon?
Carry on, Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I
Sanderson.
thought someone was being interrupted again.
Yes,
sorry,
and
sir.
you were being interrupted, but if you could press on, that'd be marvellous.
I will do. I will do. I'm right at the end there. Do you know what? There's a lot in your budget that I can support. There's a lot in your budget. Unfortunately, there's a lot in your budget that just doesn't go. And once again, it's not quite a 51-49 position, but I have to say I won't be supporting the budget, although I wish you well with it. I'm a lifetime resident of this county, as is most of my family, and I represent the ward of Soham and Isleham and want the best for them. So good luck.
Thank you for that, Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Count.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I must say that there seems to have been a bit of a real lack of grasp of the budget on certain speakers, and that's why it worries me that you pass a £500 million revenue budget when people don't even understand what's going on. For example, the relentless cut to government grant that came in for this year, it didn't. The government grant went up. It's in your bookwork. It says that there was an increase to funding, not a cut. But so many of you, perhaps deliberately speaking to the public to lay the blame elsewhere, talked about the cut to the grant this year, when actually that, I'm not allowed to use the word lie, and I prefer to think that people haven't got a grasp than are deliberately lying. But you've really got that one wrong. And even on the amendment one, to really misunderstand some basic things like the 570,000 allocated to the home to school transport is not to get children from home to school. You said you're going to make a 659,000 cut in that provision, and you're now going to spend £570,000 transforming the officer teams the way you work to deliver that cut. You're not going to spend it on home to school transport. And that's the point I made, Chair, about people not understanding things, why these sudden and urgent cuts, sudden and urgent changes, £5 million worth, would have been better going through a scrutiny process that people actually understood what they were talking about. The road networks, the dire state of the road networks, so many people say it's decades of cut. Everybody knows if you let the water in 1 year, you're in problems for the few years after that until you've got the money to really sort it out. The first year you was in office, you cut the money on the front line that was going into highways and pavements from £16 million to £10 million. All right? That did the damage. You're now trying to pick up the pieces from the damage that you caused. And when we talk about steering towards an iceberg, we already know it's captainless, a good analogy back there. But some of you, because you haven't understood this, have been drilling holes behind the waterline, below the waterline, such as that actual approach back there. I applaud the members of the Labour Party standing alone and defending the right for a maximum tax increase, the only ones to really mention it in that way, and saying why they believe the maximum tax increase is something that they believe in, whilst the Liberal Democrats skirt around the areas talking about what they're going to spend, but they actually fail to mention that they're part of that going towards it. And of course, we do congratulate Councillor Beckett for acknowledging the Labour and Liberal parties that run this administration. Sorry, Tom, but I didn't miss you out. I do believe he did. We gave you the opportunity last year to invest in many things, which you've done a U-turn. Highways is just one of those that you've done a U-turn this year, and you're still turning us down with an opportunity to put another 22 million in. Lucy Singer spoke about the huge risks approaching. You know, there are some huge risks, but I don't think until we saw the amendment come forward, we realised what some of those were. Operating this budget with a structural deficit on purpose, hoping that there will be more funding arrive in one-off amounts as time goes by, instead of actually dealing with the issue, that £3.1 million in social care placements, that's actually opened our eyes to what's going on behind the scenes that we failed to pick up. And that actually leaves me worrying about things. I wasn't surprised to hear about Labour speaking about issuing a productivity plan. A productivity plan will go on a national website and we'll be able to see which are well-performing councils that actually deliver for their residents the amount that they charge. We've already got a couple of examples of that from Oflog. We've got the fact that the turnover in adult social care in Cambridgeshire is a complete and absolute outlier from the rest of the nation. And that's worrying because that's what's affecting our frontline services. Public health also had a poor performance in there. Highways yet to, the last time I looked, highways yet to enter their figures so we can actually see what's going on. So it's hardly surprising that you would campaign or talk against having a productivity plan, because it actually shows the public what they're getting or not getting in this case. I've got plenty more to go on about, but in case I run out of time, the Fen roads, the drought damaged roads, stop talking about them giving us all these lines, delaying the actual plans for a year before we actually find out it's £300 million, and then saying that £2 million next year will help stave off the crisis until you get money from somewhere else and blame somewhere else. These are dangerous, and £2 million will not cut it. You are putting my residents, your residents, in danger. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. And I can hardly believe that I'm saying these words. And finally, Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'm not going to be quite so.
Sorry, I couldn't believe them words because they weren't right, were they? Councillor Moschini, you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. I would hardly pass up the possibility, would I? I thought about it, but then I thought, nah. I should start, I suppose, as you usually do in these situations, by summing up some of the points that have been made during the debate. There aren't very many, but for what it's worth, Councillor Count, I don't believe that the government grants this year have increased. We'll have to agree to disagree. I suppose that's as charitably as we will put it. I am in equal measure amazed and amused by the idea that one wouldn't know what the point is of doing an opposition budget amendment when it doesn't pass. I do hope that further time will be allocated to Councillor Count further after 25 in order to work this out. And no, I think I should reassure everyone in this chamber that I do not believe it is wise to make public bets off the back of our residents, and I shall therefore absolutely not do that. And if there will be further opportunity to increase funding in highways in year, if that happens, we will do that, but not by raiding reserves. So I believe any such bet would be lost anyway. I did not thank my group enough in my opening speech, and I think it's appropriate to do so now. The amount of work they've done, all of the joint administration, but my group in particular, the amount of work they've done in the challenging circumstances they had has been incredible. And I would like to thank every one of them individually, as every member in this chamber knows, we have got 6 policy and service committees, and there is one member of my group who attended 4 of them in January alone. And she therefore saw the budget more thoroughly than anybody else, I believe. Thank you very much, Councillor Goodliff. I am very highly indebted to you and to everybody else in my group. I look like I do a lot of the heavy lifting in these speeches, but this isn't my work, nowhere near. It is absolutely important to recognize that in setting this business plan, we do far more than just making financial decisions. This is about how we put our vision in practice. We want a greener, fairer, more caring Cambridgeshire, and I believe in the circumstances we've got, we have done an excellent job. We have had more than a decade of sustained austerity measures. We have had economic failures at the top, which do impact the decisions that we're able to make. And the demand for our services has never been higher, and the support that we have received from Westminster has never been lower. And we can't pretend this isn't happening, and we wouldn't expect the opposition to pretend this isn't happening if the boot was on the other foot. Despite calls for a fair funding settlement from across all parties in the council, government continues not to do that, and therefore the fast-growing needs of our residents are going more and more in danger of being unmet. The next time that we set a budget in this chamber, it will be the last of this particular administration. If whatever happens in the meantime, if I'm standing here and I'm quoting from yet another ministerial letter regarding a settlement, all I'm asking is that whatever the contents of that document, it won't carry Michael Gove's signature. Here's to the future, everyone.
Thank you, and apologies for having forgotten that you had reserved your right to speak. In my defence, it was a very long time ago. Right, now, and I really mean it this time, and finally, Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I'm going to start by responding to Councillor Bowden. So first of all, yes, I would be very willing to take up and very happy to take up your challenge on working cross-party to focus on our residents with learning disabilities and to try and improve our levels of getting those residents into work. I'm really glad of that contribution. I think that they are a group of our residents that don't get enough attention, and I don't think you should ever apologise for raising them in subsequent meetings. I think it's really important. I have been reassured by Councillor Howitt that work has already started with officers on that, but I think a real cross-party focus on it would be a really constructive thing to do and a very constructive part of this meeting, so thank you. I am going to return now to the main budget and to the very challenging decisions that we've had to make in setting this budget. There have been a number of comments from some of the Conservatives about leadership and about setting direction from the front. I think it is important to be upfront and robust about these are the priorities of this joint administration, and I am proud to lead us and take responsibility for those priorities. But they have been set not only through discussion with the joint administration, but also taking really full account of the priorities of people in Cambridgeshire through the Quality of Life Survey. And I think it's very important that we reflect on those priorities and on the things that people in our county said to us through that survey. I'm proud of the way that we worked together during those challenges and deeply grateful to the senior officers who supported us and who have enabled us to bring forward not only a balanced budget, but one with major areas of investment which do reflect the priorities from residents as well as from the joint administration. If this budget is passed today, as I hope it will be, there will be a new challenge ahead of us in delivering on those priorities, and that in itself will not be an easy task. The challenge of keeping inflation and demand within expectations are not small. In order to be able to make the needed investment in our roads and pavements and cycleways, we are depending on our staff in children's services, in reablement and in adult social care to keep providing good services while also keeping the costs under control. And that is really tough in the current environment. So I thank the council staff across the board for the work that they have done in enabling us to set this budget, and also for their dedication in enabling us to deliver on it in the coming year. I want to end with a bit of hope, because we've spent a lot of time today focusing on the vast challenges facing local government, and there is no downplaying those challenges. But there is also a lot in this budget that can make a real difference to families in Cambridgeshire. The investment in our roads and pavements will not transform them overnight, but it does represent a real turning point in the scale of investment to tackle years of decline. The focus on anti-poverty is also a real opportunity to work with communities to help our residents out of poverty and into a brighter future. And our work on home to school transport may help move us toward a place where fewer of our young people have their choices restricted by a lack of rural public transport. Setting this budget has been really tough, but with the help of amazing staff, I have confidence that we can use the investments set out here to move towards a fairer and more sustainable future in Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to the substantive motion, which...
Chair, I'd like to raise a point of order, if I may, please.
Fine.
Yes, it relates to Councillor Beckett's assertion, which I think I heard correctly, that the joint administration budget would spend more on highways than the opposition budget. That is factually incorrect.
That's not a point of order, Councillor King. I think it's something that you probably can raise with him outside the chamber.
If something is factually incorrect, surely that is a point of order because it was in the papers.
Councillor King, if things that were factually incorrect were the subject of points of order, we would never go home. So no is the answer. And if I could ask you perhaps to raise it with Councillor Beckett outside the chamber. Right. Happy? Well, as much as can be. We now move to the substantive motion, which are the recommendations are set out in the report at agenda item number 7, as amended by the first amendment put forward by the joint administration. We will now take a vote on this. Can I ask the Democratic Services Manager to conduct a recorded vote by taking an electronic vote on the motion? Mrs. Rowe, can you please start the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the substantive motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the substantive motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 31 votes in favour, 17 against, no abstentions. The substantive motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes the debate on the business plan for 2024-29. Members, it is 2:45. We are due to have a break at 3 o'clock. Would you rather have a break now and then press on, or would you rather press on and have a break at 3? Have a break now. Right. So is 3 o'clock too late? 5 to 3? 5 to 3. Please. Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, shall we make a start? Although I am conscious that the leader of the council has not returned to her seat. Oh, maybe she's coming now. No. Well, let's press on, hope for the best. The next item is, oh no, both deputy leader and leader aren't here yet. Right, here we are. Yes. Just jealous. Right, next is item 8, which is the Independent Remuneration Panel review of indexation of members' allowances included in your council agenda on pages 43 to 50. Can I remind members that in order to avoid the need for each of you individually declaring an interest in the report, the monitoring officer has issued a dispensation relieving all members of the requirement to disclose interests and the restrictions on participating in this debate. I propose as Chair of Council to move the recommendations as set out in the covering report and will again ask the Vice Chair to second.
So seconded.
So I am pleased to move the recommendations as set out. Right, who would like to make any comment, if any? Councillor Ferguson.
Chair, I think this report is a bit of a dilemma. So on one hand, as a member with a full-time job, I'm very passionate about making the role of being a councillor accessible to a wider range of people and not the sole preserve of the retired and independently wealthy. My dilemma is that if I vote against this motion, I'll be raising the barrier to entry to future councillors and those who do not have generous employers, lots of free time or ample bank balances. On the other hand, we're living in the midst of a cost of living crisis and it's taken a heavy toll on the life of ordinary people. In 2020, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation published a report that revealed that 1 in 5 Britons is living in poverty. In 2020, that was 13.6 million people, and things have got significantly worse since then. So at a time of crisis, I think it's difficult to divert funds from their pockets into ours. But after 13 years of ideological conservative austerity, we're always in crisis these days, and it's difficult to see things getting better anytime soon. So I haven't decided how I'm going to vote here, but if we do decide to increase our allowance, I will be donating my allowance, increasing allowance to the St Neots Food Bank, and I will recommend that anybody else who can afford to does something similar. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Extremely generous, I'm sure, but I would just caution you that that is probably treating as regards the Bribery Act. So,
then, Chair, can I withdraw that request?
I would tread very carefully. Who else has any contribution to make? Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I never voted for this in the first place, so I don't see how I can vote for this in the second place. It was not my wishes to increase the members' allowances when this was put in front of us, and now to say, oh, we need a little bit more because part of that deal was an inflationary rise doesn't have my support either. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. When we ask an independent panel to meet, consider the situation and make some recommendations, I tend to take the view that we should listen to what they say, and unless there are overwhelming reasons to do something different, that we should accept what they say. We've asked them to do a job of work. They've done that with rigor and to the best of their ability, and we should accept it. If we don't, if we start messing around and say we're going to do our own thing, we end up with the situation that we had in July 2017, when under council accounts leadership of the council, the recommendations of the Independent Remuneration Panel were rejected, and the total bill for councillors' allowances changed from the one recommended by the panel, which was 751,550, to 936,726, which was an increase of £185,000 over and above the recommendations of the independent panel, the vast majority of which was awarded to members of the ruling group. That is absolutely unacceptable, and I do not want to do anything which opens the door to that kind of abuse of the system, which is why I'm very keen that unless there are overwhelming reasons to do something different, we should accept with gratitude the work that the independent panel has done and the recommendations that they have come up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. Councillor Boulet.
Thank you. I debate a lot of controversial issues in politics and in my day job as well, but I think there are very few things that upset me more than this debate we have to have every year. And do I feel particularly keen to vote on this or to debate on this? No, I actually think this should be done totally independently. I do think the role of a councillor should be treated as a job, including with workers' rights. For example, I'm not sure how many of you know that most lenders don't even accept this source of income, like for a mortgage application, for instance, which really would put off a lot of young people who don't have a clue that this is what we're getting into when we're thinking about buying our first home, for instance. So I do think if we actually want people to put in like a decent amount of work in this and we want diversity in local politics, we do need to treat it as work. But aside from this is the process we have. This is the recommendation that we have. I just want to make one point because I feel like across, and this is not a criticism of this debate in this council, I think across the UK, as councils discuss those recommendations, there is a bit of hypocrisy in this debate. So for instance, I was looking at Fenland District Council voted to increase basic allowances, increase special responsibility allowances, voted to pay allowances for the combined authority work which other districts do, which by the way, I totally agree. One of the Fenland district councillors who also sits on this county council, though not present today, said, and I quote, "We cannot forever say no one has a rise. Councillors deserve remuneration for the work they do." And I totally agree with that. So I would say let's have some consistency. If we're going to raise the allowances at district, we can't really come here and say we actually don't deserve like any rise when literally everything is increasing. So I'm not sure about all of you, but my food bills are increasing, my rent is increasing, everything apart from except some luxury goods in this country is increasing right now. So I think if we're standing for and if we're campaigning for increases in pay for our nurses, our doctors, our care workers, we should apply the same standards to ourselves because the cost of living does affect everyone. So I'm really passionate about this issue. I really want to support more diversity in local government and I'll support the recommendations today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Jonas King.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I won't be supporting this. This administration has just passed a council tax increase of almost 5%, and that money should be diverted into public services and not lining councillors' pockets. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I don't agree with this instance with the remuneration panel. In these times of austerity and with the coalitions putting or recommending or got council tax up now to almost 5%, I think it would send out a wrong message to our residents. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this. I do believe that many, like myself, when I attend council meetings and I take time off work, I do not get paid. And it is not lining my pockets. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hathorn.
I will be supporting this amendment, this recommendation. We all look very smart, we're all dressed up, we all look very smart, but I'm quite sure there are people in here like that are across the county who wake up in the morning worrying about money. It is absolutely right that we listen to the independent recommendations. We all of us put a lot of time and effort into doing this. Before Christmas, we were all asked if we could fill in a freedom of information request about how much work we put in. And across the council, there was a universal sort of shock and horror because there is so much even detailing what we do because it is diverse and complicated. So I think it is reasonable that we listen to the recommendations and I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Black.
Thank you very much, Chair. And in the spirit of being respectful to other members, I would like to say Sawadee Krap to Councillor Ryan Fuller, who sadly can't be with us today. And he has an amazingly long journey to get to council meetings. There was a chap came to a football game that I had the misfortune to attend the other day. He came 2,000 miles from Hong Kong and the game was rained off. And Councillor Fuller is faced with having to travel from Thailand, and Sawadee Krap is the polite way to address people from Thailand. But I just wonder, hopefully we get value for money for our councillors, and I think it is wrong to talk about councillors lining their pockets. So I'm not going to say anything about councillors lining their pockets. But I just think it's important that we all conduct ourselves in such a way that our residents get value for money for us. And I'm not going to criticise Councillor Fuller. As far as I'm aware, he seems to have stuck to his Conservative principles throughout. He was elected as a Conservative, has sat here as a Conservative for quite a long time. I'm not quite sure how long he's been in Thailand, but I'm sure he represents his principles very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Black. I have no other speakers. Looking around, Councillor Black, if you could switch off your microphone. Thank you very much. In which case, I need to just ask you, firstly, to formally receive the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel, which we have done. We have now considered the recommendations. We confirm the dates on which the recommendations will come into effect, which is effectively from the 1st of April 2023 and the 1st of April 2024, and then authorize the Service Director, Legal and Governance to revise the existing scheme to reflect the outcome of the Council's deliberations. So we will now move to a vote. Mrs. Rowe, if you would be kind enough to start the vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 26 votes in favour, 15 against and 2 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. We now move to item 9, which are recommendations to full council from the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee Treasury Management Report, Mid-Year Report 2023-24, which was discussed by the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee on the 19th of December. Can I ask the Chair of the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee, Councillor Netzinger, to move that the recommendation set out on page 3 of the Council agenda be adopted, and ask the Vice Chair, Councillor Moschini, to second?
I so move.
Do you wish to speak?
Not unless there's a need.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moschini.
Thank you very much, and I will follow the leader's lead and not speak unless it's necessary.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers on the Councillor Count?
Yes, thank you, Chair. You'll be delighted to know that I'm in support of the recommendations and not going to undermine them that way. But I do want to bring Council's attention to one particular piece of information there. And it really talks to the fact that I was talking about of getting a grasp of what's actually going on with this council. So one of the optional things for this council is to decide on how much borrowing that they're going to undertake. There's a mandatory limit, a government limit, and there's an optional interior limit set by this council. So you set yourself a borrowing limit, and it's a headroom that you work towards. And in page 144 of 426, you actually exceed that over the 3-year period. This is quite a cavalier attitude, not to bring your own attention to this, not to mention this, not to actually stick by what you set your own rules for yourself by. All right. Now, it's not a massive amount, but it's the thin end of the wedge, very much the same as we've seen with the SEND agreement with government, where we've got £10 million, £6.7 million of that is now adrift. The vast majority of that, which is not the government end with delivering the schools, homeschools, the vast majority of which is under this council's control. And it's that kind of thing where we heard with the full budget today, where you set yourselves a target, you have to start thinking about and sticking to what you set yourselves and not just treating it in a cavalier way. So I've drawn your attention to it, but I'm in support of the recommendations. And hopefully those people now that have had their attention drawn to it will be able to keep a closer eye on this in future and bring it back in line. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Any other speakers on this item? In which case, Councillor Netzinger, if you would like to complete the debate.
Yes, I will just respond on the point that Councillor Count raised. I'm glad that he's supporting this. I know that this is something that we discussed in the Strategy and Resources Committee, and I think we are going to have a focus on it in the coming months. I can't prevent myself from raising the somewhat extraordinary conflict between what Councillor Count has just said in pointing out the issues with our borrowing headroom in 3 years' time with his amendment that was just before this council to reduce our reserves. But I'm glad that there's going to be unanimity in voting for this. Thank you.
No point of personal explanation, I'm assuming.
Apologies, Chair. I was just mumbling away there.
You and me both, Councillor Count, you and me both. Right, on the basis that there seems to be general consensus, are we happy to take the recommendation? If anyone disagrees, can you please show? No, in that case, I see no objection, so we will take the recommendations as carried. The next item is item 10, which is the allocation of seats and substitutes for political groups in accordance with the political balance rules. So I am moving that the allocation of seats and substitutes on committees to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules as set out in the report, which was circulated to members on the 9th of February and published on the website, be approved. I will ask the Vice Chair to second.
So seconded.
Thank you. Anybody, anything they wish to contribute on this? As nobody's spoken at all, can I assume that we are in favour? In that case, we take the motion as carried. We then move on to item 11A as set out in the agenda, which is the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority and Overview and Scrutiny Committee oral questions, which will be dealt with in accordance with the protocol set out in Annex 1 of Part 4.1 Council Procedure Rules of the Council's Constitution. Can I remind you that councillors may ask questions for a response by the council's appointee on the Combined Authority and its appointees to the Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which relate to the decisions of the Combined Authority Board and Overview and Scrutiny Committee as set out in the generic report provided. The report summarising the decisions made by the Combined Authority's formal committees in January was circulated to members on 7th of February and published on the website. Can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Netzinger, who is the council's appointee on the board? Councillor Taylor, you got up first.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor, I need to remind you that you have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary with up to a maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. Sorry, go for it.
No worries, thank you, Chair. A notice of the trial on the demand responsive transport in Huntingdonshire over the last few years. East Cambs, Fenland and South Cambs will be trialling and collaborating with the community to define a service zone that offers maximum coverage to the rural communities. Will the current demand response transport be delivered in Huntingdonshire? Will it continue to be delivered in Huntingdonshire, because there is no report of that within this in the report? And if so, will the routes be the same, or can Huntingdonshire residents see any extra zones?
Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you for your question, Simon. Yes, I'm very pleased that the demand responsive transport scheme is going to be expanded to cover other areas of Cambridgeshire. I think it will be interesting to see how those work out, but it's a sign of the success of that programme that it is being expanded to cover 3 new areas. My understanding is that the scheme in Huntingdonshire will continue, but I think that the zone that is covered is going to change slightly. I think that's because some of the zone that is covered at the moment is also quite well covered by conventional bus services. So what they're going to try and do is alter the zone slightly so that it focuses more thoroughly on areas which are not covered by normal bus services, in order to try and make sure that the ridership is encouraged onto the normal bus services where they exist, and that the Ting service is more available in places where there is no bus service. But I am reasonably confident, and Neil's nodding at me from the middle encourages me to think that all of this will be brought with much more detail to the next Highways and Transport Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Chair. Do we have a current time limit? Do we know when these are going to be delivered to the other parts of the county, as well as Huntingdonshire's change?
Councillor Netzinger.
So the next Highways and Transport Committee is on the 13th of March. I am reasonably certain that it will take longer than that to set these services up, because there will need to be conversations with operators about expanding it. But I know that the Combined Authority is getting on with this as quickly as it feels it reasonably can.
Thank you for that. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Every bus stop is an active transport hub. It is about connectivity, hubs and joined up networks. Yet currently Whittlesea, for instance, doesn't have bus connectivity with the rail station. It is exciting to see the difference between infrastructure planning at the Combined Authority and much of the current bus business models. Does Councillor Netzinger agree with me that routes like the proposed one between Chatteris and Mainey rail station represent a game changer for many in our rural communities? And Chair, on Wisbech Rail, I can go from Cambridge to March in 32 minutes by rail. Now, even though Wisbech is very much closer to March, it takes 38 minutes by the fastest bus. Reinstating the 11-kilometre rail link to March would mean you could go from Wisbech to Edinburgh, Wisbech to London, or to Stansted. Does Councillor Netzinger agree that to reinstate the rail link would not only connect Wisbech to March, but it would help connect Wisbech to the world? Thank you.
Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. Yes, Neil, I agree with you. But
Through the chair, if you don't mind.
Through the chair, sorry. Yes, the chair, I do agree with Councillor Shaler on the benefits of the bus services. And I think that the new connections to the Chatteris and Mainey stations will be really important for those residents. On Wisbech Rail, I think that there's been a long-standing view from this council that reintroducing rail along the line from Wisbech to March would be a really, really desirable outcome. I continue to think that that would be great, but I'm also extremely well aware of just how difficult introducing heavy rail links is. So while I continue to support the idea of Wisbech Rail, I think it would be wonderful. I think in the short term, it would also be really good if we could have a bus service that went from Wisbech to March in less than 38 minutes. Thank you.
Councillor Shaler, do you have a supplementary?
With that, thank you very much, Chair.
It's the Bramley line, and I think we had a motion on it ever such a long time ago. Councillor Blulat.
Thank you, Chair. I was really pleased to see the Mayor and the Combined Authority recently announcing the 30 proposed improvements to bus services across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. My question is on demand responsive transport as well, because we have seen from the trial in Huntingdonshire that this has made a difference to so many people. But of course, it does come with a very high subsidy to be able to run it. Whilst I was keen to see the trials that are being announced in the other areas, part of this bus reform package, I also see how there is a mention of how communities can and should be more involved, so we can actually develop the routes that most benefit rural communities. You already commented around through you, Chair, or there was already a comment around how some of the routes might benefit from perhaps more frequent services from existing operators rather than running Ting on some of those routes. I think it's really key to prioritize the areas that don't have any buses currently rather than running Ting on routes that already can benefit from improvements. So could Councillor Netzinger tell members more about how will communities be involved in this process, including, of course, parish councils, but also bus user groups, to ensure that those new trials are actually testing the routes that are most in need and therefore consequently can deliver the best value for money? Thank you.
Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. So the first thing to say is that the proposals for new routes that came forward to the Combined Authority Board, not quite as part of the board papers, but sort of alongside them at the most recent meeting, were as a result of a consultation that the Combined Authority had undertaken, asking many residents to come forward with ideas for new routes. So that whole process has been started with views from residents being taken into account. But there's no question that as the process continues, it will be really important to continue to engage with communities on how those routes can be most effectively rolled out, and how demand responsive transport can be used most effectively to supplement and bring more people in to support the current routes as well. And that definitely demand responsive transport is probably better used in the places where there aren't scheduled bus services. Of which sadly there are still far too many across Cambridgeshire. So I'm sure that that work will continue, kind of focusing on moving forward together with, so there's been some consultation, some routes are now being suggested, there are new areas for demand responsive transport. That process will now move into conversations with the bus operators, because actually talking to them about how we deliver these services is also going to be really important. So it's part of quite a long-term process, but I'm sure communities will need to continue to be engaged. I think the final thing to say is that for some communities, the best way to do that may be through their district councils, because I know that the Combined Authority is engaging very closely with them. Thank you.
Councillor Boulat, do you have a supplementary question?
I'm happy with the answer. I think it would be good to know. I know the work is in progress, to know more details when they're forthcoming around the engagement, especially with districts and parish, but also just to highlight again, I think it's so important to actually involve people who actually use the buses or wait for the buses and the buses don't show up in this process. So the kind of lived experience is very important, but thank you very much for your response today.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's very similar to what's just been discussed. So I understand there's that Combined Authority have gone out to residents to give their stories and about buses and any recommendation new routes. So they received some 268 stories and some 712 route suggestions, that's actionable for them, and there's suggested routes are going on to the transport team. I think my question is just to ensure that they involve parish councils, as well as you mentioned district council, but I think parish councils and also members as well, because obviously we get quite a lot of queries, and it'd be good to know some kind of timelines. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. Just to come back again to say that the next really important step in this process, I think, will be the Transport and Infrastructure Committee for the Combined Authority, which is on the 13th of March. So there will be more detail in the papers for that meeting. But on the points that have been raised about engaging with members and parish councillors, I will definitely feed that back into the Combined Authority to make sure that they are doing that. On the point raised by Councillor Boulat about engaging with the people who actually use the buses, and particularly the point about people waiting for a bus that doesn't turn up, I think the Combined Authority is extremely aware of the need for really good information and real-time information. And I think it will be, I think part of that is probably going to be more to do with the next steps once the discussions around franchising move forward. But it is something that has been raised over and over again, that actually reliability and good information is really important. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Simon King.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and through you, just want to thank Councillor Shaler for his ringing endorsement of reopening the March to Wisbech railway line. It's an enthusiasm I absolutely share and have done for many years. And I was very disappointed in Councillor Netzinger's somewhat lukewarm response to that. And I think that, and would she agree with me, that that characterizes the joint administration's attitude towards it, and also the Combined Authority, both of which, of course, are no longer Conservative controlled. And when they were Conservative controlled, there was absolute enthusiasm and commitment to reopening that line. So let's hope we get a Conservative administration back soon.
We can dream. Councillor Netzinger.
And
travel hopefully, Chair.
I think that might be a nightmare, Chair. I actually really don't agree that the Conservative administration brought this forward or were in any way more proactive in making things happen around that line than the current administration or the current Combined Authority. I did not express any lack of enthusiasm for a rail link between Wisbech and March. I think it would be absolutely wonderful. I did express a certain amount of concern about whether it was deliverable, and that is because, having been a member of this council for many years, I am very well aware of the several occasions on which we have had motions to this council supporting the reopening of the Bramley line. I think that the first one that I was involved with was when Killian was leader of the Liberal Democrat group, which is quite a long time ago, and I think it was brought by the Liberal Democrats. So we have been supportive of that proposal of reopening the Bramley line for years and years and years. There is no point being supportive of something if the funding is not there. And I would love the funding to be there, but given all of the discussions that we have had today about the lack of money to provide the most basic of services and repair our roads, it seems to me a little bit unlikely that that will be forthcoming from any government within the next 3 or 4 years. And for people in Wisbech, I think having a good, fast connection to the railway line in March is something that should not wait for many more decades. It needs to happen more quickly than that. And that is why I also expressed my desire for a fast bus route. It is not because I'm not enthusiastic about rail. Thank you.
Councillor King, did you have a supplementary?
Yeah. Would Councillor Nestinger not agree that it doesn't help to get funding if you've basically already knocked it on the head? So the way to get funding is to actually knock on doors and to get that funding, and that is possible. But with this kind of lukewarm endorsement, which I stand by, lukewarm, it's not going to happen. So she's right in that respect.
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger.
I do not agree that my endorsement was lukewarm. I think it was reflecting the realistic nature of current government funding. I wish it were not the case. I'm very happy to knock on as many doors as necessary to try and get improved public transport in, from Wisbech to March, and I will collaborate with anybody who wants to encourage that. I would be very happy to come and talk to Stephen Barclay, the MP, and encourage him to knock on as many doors as he can. He has quite good access. Thank you.
Indeed. Councillor Gulsack.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, two-point question to Councillor Netzinger, please. First and foremost, thanks to bringing up by Councillor Shayler, the transportation link of a bus route through to a train terminus is key, absolutely critical in getting people out of cars and getting them from A to B. However, the first part of my question is, could you go back to the board and ensure that the attitude of bus providers has changed when one is on record as saying, why would I take paying customers to another provider? Okay, so that's a major hurdle that I think that firmly lies. And this was raised with the current mayor of the CPCA as well. The second part of this is there is no bus link from Soham High Street to the Soham station, which has been a great success since it was opened, and that would be very, very beneficial. Again, something I've asked and pushed the CPCA for, but that was in the papers, so I wondered if our leader could do that for us as well, please. Thank you.
Councillor Netzinger.
So on the first part of the question, I completely agree that any attitude from bus providers that connecting bus routes to stations is not in their interest is deeply frustrating and very irritating. It is something that I'm sure the Combined Authority will be doing their very best to make sure changes. But I think it is also a reflection of the utter failure of the Thatcherite deregulation of bus services and the terrible impact that that has had on bus services over many, many years. I hope that that will change in the short term. On the bus connection to Soham Station, I think that's a very excellent idea. I will be very happy to be supportive of it. If you could, if I've missed some response, then maybe you can ask it in your supplementary.
Councillor Gulsack.
If that was going from what I was just mouthing, it was thank you. Thank you.
Splendid. Any further questions to the council's appointee on the Combined Authority? In which case we move on to the Overview Committee. Could you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Bradnam and Gulsack, the council's appointees on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee? Again, you have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary. Anyone? as Councillor Netzinger got such a going over, I feel it's slightly unfair that Councillor Goldsack and Councillor Bradnam should get off so lightly. However, there we are. It's gone. Right, the next item, in which case, is written questions. No questions were notified by the deadline, and so that concludes the business on the agenda for today. Thank you very much for your attendance and have a safe journey home.